Vargas.
Yes, sir.
Can you add me on your new account? I don't have you added on this one.
This one? Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Because I've looked for your Vargas, but there's that many Vargases, I can't find
I
it.
click I click on the little arrow thing down and I just go to your profile.
Yeah, but no, I mean, like, how do you add people? Yeah, like on the old, like on the Google Hangout main menu, you've got like contacts. You can add some people into your contacts, can't you?
Yeah, but I put you all in the same thing. I put you as all four of them. Acquaintance, friends. I could be able to find you fast.
Hmm. I don't have you added on it. Because I just keep getting
Yeah.
sniped, and I'm not getting re-added by the same people, so I'm just gonna start sniping them whenever they're added, like Al.
All right. I don't have a problem with the sniping anymore, man. That shit is whatever. I'm just happy I can shut the whole YouTube shit down, though, boy.
I won't even snipe if others didn't snipe me, but if I don't do out back, I'll just get sniped, and then I'm out.
Right, Rash?
I don't even see why you respond to me, girl.
I think he's funny, man. I don't have a problem with Big L, man. Everything he says is fucking assumptions. This guy doesn't have a clue about me, nigga. Nah, nigga doesn't bother.
What kind of sandwich is that, Jay Tudor?
A really expensive one.
Oh, a very expensive one. Oh, it's okay. I see it now. Oh, gold. It. I don't know. Is it just the vanity of gold? Is that it?
Come on. Sorry, I had to mute my YouTube. So everybody's been getting sniped around here lately.
Uh, how? Yeah. Well, how is that different than regular times that we get sniped?
I guess it's pretty normal here, huh?
Yeah, but as I understand it, it was Big L the last time, most recent.
And Al.
It was
D-Beck.
Al.
Al, D-Beck, and Big Al.
Yeah, they appear to take turns on the schedule.
I'm just going to snipe them whenever they're in this hangout now. I mean, I'm not wanting to get sniped every time.
You just. Yeah, what? Yeah, I can do that. Right.
Yeah,
Instant.
his mom's coming over. You know today's her birthday?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Al, I think you need to get a mind of your own and stop being Big L's lapdog.
Yeah.
You sound laggy.
Hey, you might have to send Onyx the link and all that shit because it just doesn't work for me. I don't know.
You're breaking up a little, Armando Vargas.
Yeah.
Like that now? Good?
You sound
No?
no. Sounds robot-y.
Hey, Grizz, Armando, I think just got sniped again. You there? Okay, it's over. Mic out.
I think he's just left to fix his mic, maybe.
No, okay. Yeah, okay, he just refreshed.
Yeah. Am I good now? I ain't even lose
Yeah.
them all rights,
Yeah,
nigga.
you're good. You're good.
Yeah. It's not crusty now.
Yeah, nah, because if I leave and if I take like 3 minutes, they should have dropped the mod rights and I'll end. I ain't even lose my mod rights, nigga.
I don't even see why they don't just get rid of that sniping thing already. I don't see why anyone can remove anyone.
Hey man, hey, can you add Bob? One of you guys?
I can't. I can't add Barbara out.
That's right. Damn, man. Who gave that nigga the link?
You?
That wasn't me.
That's a lie.
I got sniped, nigga. How the fuck was it me?
So Big L sniped you.
I got sniped, yeah.
Well, that was
I
Big
can't even see.
L's snipe,
I
so.
can't see the log though. Hey, don't be adding Big L, dog. That nigga's fucking banned forever, nigga. You heard?
For real?
Forever, nigga. That nigga's banned for like 75 days. Nigga.
Nah,
Oh, yeah,
nigga.
that's not forever. No, it's like it's like you with everyone else. It's just
Really,
a few
I
days.
can't really eliminate the nigga forever. You know what I mean, dog? Because he's the children of Israel, dog. He's the lost sheep, man. I need to save that nigga. Because then if when I go to God, nigga, he's gonna ask for my blood instead of his.
See, I believe Big L can be saved, but Adam's a different story, man. You gotta stop inviting
Nigga,
that
I
shit.
can say, nigga, Adam was rehabilitated, dog. You cannot tell me he was chill. He was not chilling, my nigga.
Yeah, he was alright for 3 days until D-Beck and shit triggered him.
There you go, Gris.
What about Troy? Troy's a lost cause, nigga.
You know what, dog? Troy. Yeah, Troy's uncontrollable, my nigga.
Why? What's Troy done?
He just snipes, dog. He snipes people he don't like, dog. I mean, he don't snipe me, dog, but he snipes the
No
fuck
reason,
out of
for no reason.
Yeah, no reason. No reason at all. And you know what's funny? He'll snipe niggas that are on the panel with him. And then he'll sit there by himself and he'll go silent. Then he'll leave. Just like Adam.
He's learning from Adam, nigga.
That's right.
See, but Big L don't even snipe, man. He was just chilling in here talking, man.
He sniped the whole thing.
Yeah, because he got kicked.
So he did snipe.
He sniped, but he got kicked first for no reason.
I'm unsure though, innit? I mean, if you don't want him on here, then
Yeah, right, Grizz. This is a free speech room, supposedly.
You know, and I give it to you, dog. Nigga, I give you niggas life, dog. You guys repay me with this fucking bullshit. I have to deal with all these characters, dog. I have to humble all y'all niggas, dog. Y'all niggas give me a hard time with this shit.
What you mean, Armando? You gotta remember where your roots are, nigga. Who helped you build the change?
Yesterday I left a link because I forgot what happened yesterday. I don't know if I got sniped or something. Not yesterday, the day before that. I opened up the hangout.
Check it. You got this guy Joseph Pierce. I remember he sniped one of the chats because it's the same avatar, and he put himself on camera and he was doing dance moves. That guy Joseph Pierce. That guy's a snipe.
Joseph Pierce.
Yeah, Joseph Pierce. If you look at his avatar, that's what he was wearing the last time that I saw him snipe this chat room. That's exactly what he wears. He covers his face and wears that cap. And he put himself on camera, right? And he's dancing to it. You obviously, copyrighted music.
Yeah, I got a copyright strike from Shotgun playing some Buddha fucking music, dog. Horrible music too. I got a fucking copyright, dog.
You know what's funny? Ronan actually called it out at the time and said, copyright, free use.
Yeah, he be looking out, dog. Ronan be looking out.
And he still kept playing it.
Yeah, right, Armando. Yeah, right.
I just wondered why he would do it. It's like, I don't understand. It's not part of his character profile to do that. I just don't understand that part.
Maybe he doesn't understand how copyright works, maybe.
Maybe. Well, next time he shows, I guess we can explain that to him. But I don't know. It just, I didn't think of that would be possible with him, but okay. You
Yeah,
know?
that's how you can tell. I be fucking with y'all for a couple hours here and there, but I don't know who Joseph Pierce is.
Neither do I.
Well, no,
Never seen
like I
that.
said, I recognize the avatar as one of the people that sniped the place one time, and he came back on. Well, he was on camera playing copyrighted music and dancing around, right? So well, he was sitting and dancing. You know what I mean? So I recognize the avatar. Well, I don't know. It's up to you. It's up to you. Your call. Mike out.
Ronan Canucci, we can't allow this Fox G1 guy to continue doing what he's doing, Ronan Canucci.
Hey man, look. What can you say, man? It's like it's his call, his room. All we can do is inform him, and that's it. He makes the decision on his own. I mean, he banned like Dwyer, permanently. Kept repeating permanently, and let it back in a few days. So if he
Dog,
changes,
look, I'm gonna tell you what happened with Adam. I'm gonna tell you what happened with Adam. Look, I met Adam in the flat Earth debates, right? I ain't like Adam, right? Now, when you guys started disliking Adam, I started liking Adam. It's because I don't know, but
I never said I disliked him. I just interrupt him because he's always talking, and I'd like to hear other people speak.
yeah, but you guys reversed it on me. Like you guys reversed it on me. Like I see this guy, right? And I've seen him ranting before. I have, I mean, I've roasted him before.
Armando
But
has a divine love for the man now.
no, it's just that the whole world hated him. You know what I mean? Like it seems like the whole world hates him here.
It
So it's
seems
just
like I
like
didn't say that I hated the man.
I was like, you know what? That's the one I'll rehabilitate right there.
I never said that. I just want other people.
But you know what I mean, though. You know what I mean. Like everybody started throwing stones at Adam, though, which was, which was right.
Well-deserved
I mean,
stones. Well-deserved
well-deserved
stones.
stones, exactly.
No, I
Which
mean,
was okay. But I'm just saying,
you
it just
said it
became
enough
funny,
times.
and I was like, you know what? I want this guy to be in the fucking room, dog. I think I think the conflict is hilarious, man.
Nah, nigga, you look for the drama, nigga. That's it. You don't give a fuck.
Man,
you call him
sometimes it gets a little bit too boring. Sometimes it gets too boring, my nigga. Nobody wants to sit here and listen to a bunch of motherfuckers agreeing with each other, man.
We don't agree with each other. We have civil discourse.
Yeah, I know, but when a
And we
discourse
give
is a little slow,
appropriate time to each other to talk.
That's right.
that's the biggest point, though. That's the only thing I don't like about when Adam talks too much.
Yeah, you can like just speak for like 2 hours and no one else can speak.
No. What would it be? What
What the
Fuck
hell was
happened
that?
to that nigga? That nigga got
Yeah,
slapped.
no. The fuck?
That nigga ranted, dog. Pressed fucking the hang up button on his phone.
Yo, fuck, Bob. Oh, fuck.
Thought I got sniped.
That made me laugh, Bob. We heard you screaming no like 10 times.
Yeah, because that's how Adam gets people's attention.
No,
What would it be? What would it be? What would it be? Fucking Adam. Nigga Armando, you give niggas like Adam chances, but not Big L. I don't understand that, man. I don't get it, nigga.
I really don't even like Big L, dog. I think you're cool, but I don't like Big L. I never liked him from the beginning, my nigga. He's always rubbed
That's
me.
right.
And you know what? And you know what the funny thing is that we were cool in the beginning, if you remember. You know?
That's
Yeah.
It's just the tone and it's just he sounds a little soft for me, dog. You know, that's all. I mean, that's just being honest.
He's monotone, nigga. What you want him to start like yelling and shit? Nigga's
No.
monotone.
Look, this is what I hate about Big L. This is what I hate about Big L. Hey, Bob. Hey, remember? Hey, Grizz. Why don't you tell Tudor? Hey, Drake, come over here and
Right, he can't fight his own battles.
Exactly. Like he doesn't stand alone, dog. Like he's always like, pulling somebody into the argument.
Right.
You know, I just don't like that bitch shit, dog. It just
You
sounds
know
like
why
some
that
bitches.
is? It's because he's not knowledgeable on certain things, so he won't just say, "Oh, I don't know" or something. He'll have to get someone else to speak for
And
him.
yeah, it's a concurring thing though. Like, there's a lot of things, like him saying that the Holocaust didn't happen. You know, a lot of things, dog. I'm like, ew, dog. He's just disgusting to me, dog.
Yeah, when you're
As a human
saying
being, at
that,
least.
that's a bad thing to say.
Yeah,
dog.
right, Grit.
Well,
You know,
it
Sandy
is.
Hook didn't happen. Yeah, like to me, he's slightly like Pissy Pete and Atheist Rex, my nigga.
Nigga, I agree with you there. Niggas like Pissy Pete, all right? But still, you know, nigga brings up some good points.
Yeah, but his points is always like, "Hey, Bob, do you agree with this shit, my nigga?" And then you don't agree, dog. You know, like
Nigga, but
just
you
a
see
weird dude.
me, when I don't agree, I don't agree. Hands down.
Yeah. Now you've been my nigga from the beginning, dog. I mean, I never had a problem with you, dog. I mean, we probably bumped heads here and there, but you don't rub me the wrong way. Though.
Hey, I tell it how it is. That's all.
Nah, you know what opened up everything when you were showing us your craft. You know that? Like
Hey,
when you were showing
I'm
us your
building more
talent.
craft right now. I'm creating some more craft for myself.
Yeah, but that shows that shows a lot of integrity though. Like to me at least. Like little things like that, my nigga.
Hey, that was flatty, nigga. Don't.
Well, you know what I mean, my nigga. Like even with Flatty, dog, like when he opens up and he's like, "Hey, you guys want a bunch of accounts and shit," you know? Like I find that shit cool. But you know, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to a bunch of I'm not gonna sit here and listen to that nigga rant all fucking day about look, I ain't even look, my problem with Big L is basically this. He had told me about his personal business, right? Then he claims to have seen my wife and my kids and this, that, and this, that. So the fact that he has to lie just because he gave me some personal info about him is just disgusting to me, my nigga. You know? Like it's not my
Hey,
fault he opened up.
but you shouldn't be using his personal information against him. That's the thing, though.
Yeah, I know, but it's in the middle of an argument. Well,
Nah, bro, that's ad hominem, man. Stick to the topic at hand.
nah, but what you mean? What you mean? If he gives me if he gives me information about his parents, my nigga, his mom in particular, you know
But
what I
how is
mean?
that relevant to the
And he
argument?
brings up and he brings up my jit, you know, without my kid without even knowing him, nigga, I'll slap him with his own mother, nigga. You know, and they're only words for me, dog. Like I don't give a fuck if I view his mother like a whore, nigga. You know, that's his problem. That's his mom, nigga.
That's why I don't get tied up in that shit. Like someone talks about my mom, like you don't know my mom. No one knows my mom. I know my mom, so.
Yeah, but that shit was fucked up. The fact that you acted like I was talking shit about your old girl, and I just said something about your parents, and then you told me
But you
that, and
didn't
then I
say
give you my
nothing bad though.
condolences.
You
I
didn't say
know
nothing.
but you reversed it on me with Big L. Oh, some joking shit. I would assume I heard you giggling and shit, but I just don't know why you would reverse it.
I mean, that's me, but people are different, man. People get touchy with that stuff.
You know, nigga, I'm a genuine dude, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I do, my nigga. It's easy for me to be moral, nigga.
Man, just let me wash my dishes, man. I ain't trying to make no rumors.
What do you think? Nigga, you know that well. You better start snitching, nigga.
Hey, J Tootie's a bitch. Hey,
I don't know what y'all niggas did to Tootie.
Grizz, ask Tootie. Ask Tootie who's won the last four out of 8 games.
So you've won an equal amount.
That's right.
Yeah, I need to spank your ass at that soon, Bob. I think you're
Yeah,
getting a
that
bit
ain't
too
gonna happen,
comfortable.
Grizz. You got one legitimate win over me.
I've got like 2, bro.
Yeah, 2 and then 2 half games. Nigga, you can't keep up with me, man. I ain't Tootie, nigga. You can't fuck with me.
You know, because you're talking to me, Al. I mean, yeah, because you're speaking to me, Bob. Al's saying you've sold out.
Man, I talk shit to everybody. Everyone can get it. I don't give a damn.
I've never heard you disagree with Big L.
Armando, you've heard me disagree with Big L, nigga.
On what?
Yeah, man, you disagree with Big L with just about everything, nigga.
I don't agree with him on the flat Earth. I think he's crazy when he talks about fucking, you know, that shit's crazy, nigga. So I call him out. I've called him out on his profile pic saying that that's not him. So what are you talking about, Grizz?
Exactly.
I've never heard it though. I'm just saying
Yeah, man. Look, there's another thing y'all disagree in. Big L believes in God, you don't, right?
Exactly.
So it's like you niggas are disagreeing a lot of things.
I mean, I take sides when I need to, man.
What's up with the Holocaust though?
I don't know. I'm not informed on that shit, but I think the Holocaust happened.
All right, boom.
You can't be saying shit like that, especially if you haven't even looked into it, man. Big L's just going off information that someone else has told him.
How about Big Hicks, Bill Hicks and Alex Jones?
See, and just because I don't agree with Big L, or you know, I don't even agree with Flatty with his Pizzagate thing, or I don't know, because I haven't read it.
He got Flatty, bring your ass in here, nigga.
Pizzagate, like he has to really like tell me about what that shit is about.
I've looked into that. That looks legit. Like the claims that Flatty makes. Yeah, there's a lot of information. Like that pizza place, it's changed its logo because its logo was profiled in FBI documents.
So you're telling me there's like an underground access area where you can have sex with children?
Oh no, I don't know about that. I'm just saying though, he was using a pedo logo and they've changed it. You can look at the old web archive. It's like locked on like 4chan and shit and Reddit. You can look at the old web page and see that they've changed the logo in like the last 2 weeks since they showed it to be a pedo sign that pedos use.
You know, even though I don't agree with Big L or Armando or Flatty, man, like, you know, I still got, you know, I got respect for them cats, you know?
Well, I used to get along with Big L, then he started being a bitch. Ever since I joined that Mando's thing.
Say Jesus, nigga.
Exactly.
Oh, he hates it because we say Jesus, my nigga. It's real basic, you know. It's like
exactly.
You know, on the other hand, Bob, I don't think he sees it like a big deal. He sees it like it's whatever, my nigga. You can still play ball.
I mean, Jesus is Jesus. What can I tell you, man? Santa is Santa. Easter Bunny's the Easter Bunny, man. I ain't mad at them. Matter of fact, I like Santa Claus because, you know, at least that nigga gives gifts.
Saint Claus, nigga. Saint Nicholas.
Easter Bunny, you know, we get candy and shit.
Easter Bunny? That's fucked up, my nigga. That's fucked up.
Why I gotta trip over, you know? I don't
worshiping.
cry over spilled milk, nigga.
Nigga, you worshiping a beast, nigga.
I don't worship nobody. I don't worship
nigga,
nothing.
You worship Christopher Hitchens.
Hey, you took that out of context, but all right.
Nigga, that's the first thing you fucking told me, nigga. That's the first thing Big Bob told me when he heard that I believe in God, dog. You know what he told me?
I never said
Have you ever read a Christopher Hitchens book? And then I was like, no, which one? He still hasn't answered, dog.
Nigga, I used him as a reference, but I didn't say I worshipped him. I didn't say that I believed everything he said.
My nigga. So I guess I did take it out of context. I thought he was one of your lords, my nigga.
Him or, you know, there's the other dude.
Yeah, the Four Horsemen. Those things are funny as fuck, man. Richard.
Richard Dawkins.
I think the physicist. Am I saying that right? The physicist. But anyways.
Physicist?
I think, yeah, the physicist. I think Lawrence Krauss is probably the smartest out of all four of those.
But you admit that they're all smart.
think they articulate words pretty clever, man. But
Have you seen the Bill Nye the Science Guy
so do what?
debate with that?
Yeah, that guy's a fucking herb, though. Yeah, I've seen him.
He
Yeah,
murdered that dude.
I disagree. I don't like Bill Nye at all.
Nah,
But
nigga, Bill Nye murdered that dude, nigga.
nah, man, he gets a little bit too passionate with it, and it just makes him lose.
He got him with the Noah's Ark, nigga. Straight up.
Ken Ham.
Yeah, Ken Ham.
Ken Ham, yeah.
Oh yeah, but that shit was weak, dog. I thought you were talking about the other one. Here, let me look at these shits, man.
Let's talk about Ken Ham, man.
There's so many of them.
Ken Ham's a retard, nigga.
I like those debates, man. I wish I'd get there. Look, I don't like William Lane Craig. Look, I think Frank Turek crushed Christopher Hitchens on that atheism or theism. I like that little packy dude.
He did do well, that Frank, in that, didn't he?
What? Denise
Frank did do well in that debate.
Yeah, he did good, man. But Denise, yeah.
I think that guy's of that nigga fucking John, man, the pedophile.
What?
Dinesh D'Souza reminds me of that pedophile John.
Yeah, but he's intelligent though. He understands. But yeah, I don't like William Lane Craig though. I think that nigga's whack. Let me see which one I saw here. I saw which one's a 4. There's one that was like a bunch of them, dog. It's like 2 against 2, I think.
Nigga, fuck Big L.
Like, I think Sam Harris is a fucking idiot. But I mean, I thought he was pretty clever, like with these debates. But then I saw this podcast he had with Joe Rogan, and that nigga seemed pretty stupid on that one.
That nigga's clever, bro.
Yeah, I think so. But he just looks stupid on that podcast, though. You won't catch that shit. Sam Harris on Joe Rogan? You'll agree. He got a little loony on that one.
About to go eat my dinner.
Dale, nigga, go eat your shit.
Eating some beets.
Hell no, I'm going to fucking restaurant, Sunny Hill.
Oh, you eating that fucking pizza again?
Nah, that was some other restaurant. That was Ambio. I'm going to Sunny Hill, nigga. I'm gonna eat me some rice and chicken.
Like, I think Christopher Hitchens is just fucking super rude, though, which makes it, entertaining.
He sounds condescending when he speaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that fucks him up when I hear him, though.
I prefer him over Dawkins, though. Dislike Dawkins.
Yeah, Dawkins is bad. That's the evil one right there.
What about my nigga Neil?
Who?
Neil Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
My nigga Tyson.
Fuck
I think
Tyson.
that nigga's weak, though.
Probably
I think
worships
he's
the sun
stupid,
with all
dog.
that sun shit on his shit little waistcoat. He's worshipping that sun, yeah.
So there was a debate that was like 4 against 4 of them. Just don't know which one.
Y'all know I got a tattoo of the universe on my right arm, right?
I don't know.
The universe. You can't fit the universe on that scrawny ass arm of yours, Nick.
Nigga, I got the universe on there, nigga.
So 6 stars.
Actually, I only have half the universe because it didn't fit. I needed more arm. I mean, I needed less arm, nigga.
You know what I like, though? I like that dude, Robert Price, and he's an atheist. I think he's like, real calm with it, though. He does his explanations real calm.
Nah, I think some atheists are like legit. Like certain people just like come off with bad vibes or like Dawkins for me and stuff.
Right, right. Yeah, I agree with you, Dawkins. Dawkins has a hatred for God.
Yeah, that's what I'd call an anti-theist rather than an atheist.
Nothing wrong with being an anti-theist.
Yeah, there is.
To me, it's the same thing.
He made some good points, man. Talking about, I would never want to go to heaven.
Because he
Yeah,
hates God.
Yeah, but you know how stupid you sound when you say that? Like, that shit is so weak.
No, it isn't. He's basically
Yes, it is. It's like
you
it's like
you
saying
wouldn't worship
it's like saying, oh, I don't want to go to that good place because I view God as a horrible person.
But what is
It's just
so good about
stupid.
that place? There's nothing good about it. I mean, you're sitting there.
Yes, it is, nigga. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Every single time you use the word heaven is for a good thing.
Nah, nigga, you're worshiping some dude, some
Hey,
spirit.
dog, listen. There's no baby fucking in heaven, nigga. All right.
That,
There's
right.
Hey, we're not talking about something bad, nigga. You guys are just extremists, nigga.
Nigga, it's not. What do you do in heaven? You just fucking worship, nigga. There ain't nothing else to
You
do.
see what I'm saying, though? To even
What do you
ponder
mean?
on that shit.
You don't worship. What do you think it is? You'll just sit around in a circle worshipping God every day and night forever.
You know what I see?
So what are you doing?
Nigga, in heaven, nigga, you pick your wife, nigga, you stick with her until your death, nigga, and you make a bunch of babies, nigga.
Oh, so
Seems
you pick another
to what
wife.
you do here.
You don't pick the wife that you had before.
That shit don't work, Armando. It says that no one will be married.
Who the fuck knows, nigga?
Armando, that's wrong. It says no one will be married and shit in heaven.
Yeah, but you still have your mate, though. Nigga, you got your soulmate.
No, you're not married, though. You just friends.
Can you have sex in heaven, Armando?
Hold on, what are you talking about? When Jesus says that you're not married in heaven, nigga, we're talking about Adam and Eve here. They didn't go through no ritual or nothing. It was just
Hold on,
born.
let me bring this shit up.
Yeah.
You're not there.
Yeah, you're talking about the exchanging of wives if a man dies. I know that scripture.
Look,
just admit when you're wrong, Grizz.
and I'm right. For Matt 22:30, for in the resurrection they neither marry nor shall be given in marriage, but they are as the angels of God in heaven. There's no intimate relationship like that, like sex and shit.
Hold on, no. Hey, I'll show you.
Matt 22:30. The only reason we have sex here is to have children, though.
Hey, how cold is it near you, Grizz?
Freezing.
Like, what's the temperature?
Hold on, let me check. Right now, it's like, I think it's like 10 degrees.
-7 here, nigga.
Damn.
Is it? Fuck. Oh, wait, you're colder than me.
Fahrenheit or are you talking Fahrenheit or Celsius?
6 Celsius.
6 Celsius.
Right.
-7 Celsius here.
No way is it colder than the UK.
Yes, sir.
What's wrong?
Look it up,
Right,
nigga.
Mark 10 says, and he arose from thence and came into the coast of Judea by the farther side of Jordan, and the people resorted unto him again. As he was wont, he taught them again. And the Pharisees came to him and asked him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife, tempting him? And he answered and said unto them, what did Moses command you? And they said, Moses suffered to write a bill of divorcement and to put her away. And Jesus answered and said unto him, for the hardness
It's not about divorce.
for the hardness of his heart he wrote you this precept. But from the beginning of creation God made them male and female. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave unto his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let no man put asunder.
That's not about divorce, you know.
Well, the question was that they came up to him saying that who's then something about the brother dying. I would assume in war, saying whose woman would that be if there's X amount of brothers or something like that. So
See that
against,
part.
yeah, it's Mark 9 and Mark 10.
Well, you didn't exactly like speak about my verse, Matt 22:30, where it says in the resurrection, which is mean when you know
Yeah, I know, but
resurrected in
with the
Christ, say
angels,
nor are given in marriage, nor are given. That
I
means you're
agree.
not married
Yeah,
to
but you
anyone.
know what that means. You know what given means, though, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna have a wife in heaven, and they're not gonna have a
No, no,
husband.
no. Given in marriage is basically your parents basically setting up the marriage for you. Like you're gonna marry him. That's given in marriage.
Why do we? Let me look at scholars on this.
You can. But yeah, man.
I'm just gonna look at scholars for what they say. They know what they're on about.
What you guys say, Mark? What?
Matthew 22. There.
I love this book, man. I think this book is awesome.
Can you have sex in heaven?
No, I don't think he will.
Are there
It's a
children in
carnal
heaven?
thing. No, everyone's going to be probably the same age in the prime. You think you're going to go up and there's going to be some 100-year-old man?
I don't know,
No.
but I don't want to go nowhere that I don't see children.
Well, there ain't going to be any children up there. We're probably all going to be like in our prime, like 22 and shit like that.
22.
I don't know. I'm just giving it age. You'll probably be
Yeah,
like
yeah,
in
no,
your
no.
prime as
I know
like a
you're
man.
pondering. Yeah,
Or
no,
a
I'm
woman.
not holding you to it. You just keep explaining. I know you're pondered.
You know,
I
something
don't
like
have a problem. I don't have a
something like
problem.
when you fully develops, but you think you want some people want to go to heaven as like some old ass man who's like 70? Nah, they want to be young in there.
I think it all varies, man. I have no idea, man. To ponder on that would be going into the ludiment.
That's right.
I think tell you what though, I could see a little piece of heaven here. Just not all of it, but a little bit, yeah. I can see it.
Don't
Can I
think
play
there's sex.
basketball in heaven?
I don't know.
You see, I have a
Maybe.
problem with competition though. I think yeah, but there's a problem. I don't think in heaven there's nothing made with man hands.
Right.
Nothing. Not even a basketball.
So what would it be? You're just sitting there worshiping.
No.
I don't know about worshiping, man. Unless
You
we're
worship.
worshiping now, speaking
No, you
about
worship.
God all the time.
You
If
worship
we call that
when you
worship, then maybe
partake.
worshiping.
You worship when you partake in His creation. That's what it means. So basically, when you're spending time with the other people there and stuff, in that sense.
So we're just sitting there 24/7 because we don't sleep, obviously. Just conversing and spending
Obviously,
time.
you said the
but
word sit. I see myself standing upright. I don't know why you say sit.
Fine, we're standing
Why?
upright. We're just
All right, good job.
mingling. We're mingling with others.
Mingling. Yeah, what's the problem with that, nigga? You don't like socializing?
24/7, nigga.
No, but
Nigga,
it
you do
says,
it here, nigga. You socialize till you fall
Yeah.
asleep, nigga.
it says God will create a new heaven and a new earth. The new earth, what are you going to do there? I don't know. You can probably go anywhere on earth, right? So you got the whole world to do whatever you want with.
Therefore, you can kill again.
No.
Uh-oh. Nah, nigga, you see? Why you fell down the rabbit hole, man? You know that's the wrong question, man. No, there's
not the
no
wrong question
murdering in
because
heaven, nigga.
this nigga said you could do anything. That
Yeah,
Nah,
if it's
includes
not a
sin.
sin. If it's not a sin, you
Yeah,
can't sin.
yeah. No, he's thinking with a righteous mind, though, man. He's not talking to you
Yeah.
about sin.
I ain't thinking of no demon like you, dog.
All right, so everything is perfect on this world.
Look,
Now,
he got mad.
You on about then in the next
What do we
world?
eat?
Yes.
What do we eat? What do we eat on this earth?
I don't know, but Moses gave you manna, so and Jesus gave you bread and fish.
What do you mean? You can probably eat
Bread
all
and
you
fish is-
want. You probably can't kill anymore though, so just like fruit and shit.
So a steak materializes just by me thinking about it.
No, there is no
you
steak
can't
eating in
eat.
heaven, man.
You can eat animals and shit there.
Hey, I mean, you probably won't even have the sensation of being hungry in heaven, dog. I would assume, right? I don't think there's hunger.
But you'd probably
Right, 'cause-
eat and stuff. It's like a cultural thing now. It's like a human thing. What's more human than eating at like a table kind of thing?
Exactly.
You know?
Nigga, you
With
guys are
your
just
family and
fantasizing
stuff.
right now, nigga.
Hey, you know what I mean? Like, I can sit here and
Not
fuck
much.
with you, dog, and tell you what heaven is like, dog. But I don't want to troll you, my
That
nigga.
shit
And I'm not
sounds
gonna
like
act like
fantasy,
I know
nigga.
something.
Fantasy land, nigga.
Hey, I mean, just look at.
That's wrong.
All right. So let's just look at it like things that we could observe. Do you feel hungry while you're sleeping?
Hell yeah. I wake up hungry, nigga.
You heard what you said. Look at the words you said. You said you wake up hungry. I'm saying, do you sense your hunger while you're sleeping?
Nigga, if I'm hungry, I'm waking up. You understand?
You don't wake up if
No.
you're
Hear
hungry,
me out. Hear me out. All right. First of all, that's already starving, right? You're talking about real hungry. I'm talking about that middle hunger, nigga. I want an ice cream type of shit, nigga.
Yeah, nigga, that's
It
me.
does not
nigga.
exist, nigga. That hunger, nigga. Come on, man, nigga. Like there's some times, nigga, that you know what I mean, dog. You don't sense your hunger while you're sleeping, man.
Yeah,
So
well,
it's
you can't
probably a
even
mind
really
thing.
imagine it anyway. You're trying to make us imagine something that God says will be unimaginable.
Right.
So you know,
Dude, imagine Adam and Eve eating the forbidden fruit, and they catching a stomachache. You see, you can learn pain through that first time they eat. You know,
You know
or it
what,
could be intoxication. Like people use it for the whole drug thing, like intoxication and from the fruit or whatever. But I don't. I think God's mind is sober. I don't think it has to do with drugs.
you know what gets me
Yeah,
back?
right.
Yeah, like when it says like Adam and Eve hid themselves, that just makes me laugh when I think about it. Them trying to like hide from God.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that'll work.
Ashamed because they were naked.
Ronan Kanushi, what do you think about this, Ronan?
Hey, shut up, nigga! Don't be acting like Big L, you little bitch ass nigga. Man up,
I just
nigga.
need his opinion. I don't care if he's right or wrong. I just want to hear what he has to say.
All right.
I want to know what Ronan Kanushi has to say.
Well, I agree with you, Bob. To put it that way, you know my argument already. Everybody knows my points and how I view things. So they can have it any way they want. They can't prove it.
Yeah, but your belief is so fucking boring, man.
Well, no.
Yeah, right, nigga. We're
facts
having
are
fun
boring.
here on Earth.
You don't.
I'm having fun too, but I'm just saying, I'm just not as
1 plus
miserable
1
as y'all.
1 + 1 = 2. You can't change that fact.
I agree, man, but we gave you that fact, nigga. So relax.
Yeah, that's why I'm boring. That's right.
We gave you that fact.
Who's we?
Only
You got a
reason-
mouse in your pocket?
Me and Jesus, nigga.
No, I don't recall Jesus teaching anyone calculus.
What do you mean, nigga? Fuck calculus, nigga. You learned calculus, nigga, in the late 1800s, nigga.
Like
I'm
I
talking
said,
about ones and zeros, nigga. I'm talking about these letters, nigga. I'm talking
all-
about word, dog.
all Jesus
I'm
was
talking
sharing.
about 1
a
+ 2,
philosophy.
nigga. I'm
That's
talking
all
about 1 + 2, demon.
Jesus was just sharing a philosophy. That's it.
Nigga, you on
Jesus
that
built the
bullshit right
church.
now.
Knowing
Jesus
the
cracked the church
calculus,
in half.
knowing the calculus ain't gonna save a man's soul. So
That's
Well,
right.
Because I don't deal with a soul. I don't believe.
Exactly.
Nigga, you don't even remember calculus, nigga.
I don't. There's no such. Put it this way. There's no evidence for a soul, so I just don't believe that. You know.
Right.
What do you mean, nigga? The soul is speaking right through your demon ass face, nigga.
No. That's what you call it. That's what you understand.
What do you mean, nigga? That's exactly what it is, nigga. A soul is
No,
it's
it's
something
not.
that speaks,
No,
man.
no, it's just
Yes, man.
no, it's just a group of electrical impulses in the mind. They're called synapses. Things that
That's
work.
Soul?
right.
That's
Saying
what
that,
it's
nigga,
called.
doesn't that sound like a soul? You could
No,
name it
it's
whatever you
called
want. Nigga.
synapse.
You done took the whole thing.
Man,
You called your fucking
man did not
imaginary
know.
you
Man did
called
not
your
know.
imaginary molecule atom. You call
Man,
your imaginary molecule atom.
man in those days did not
Like you guys
know
steal everything.
science like we know. Like
Science steals everything, man. Everything.
no, it's not that at all. I mean, you're talking about the right side of the brain, the fantasy side, which is part
Exactly.
What rice?
right.
What rice? You see what I'm
That's the
You see
thing.
what I'm saying? Like
That's
you
the thing
fell
you
for a
imagine.
fucking trick, man.
That's the thing you imagine, and then the left side
You
of the brain
fell for
kind of
a
puts it
trick,
together.
right side of the brain, left side of the brain. Get the fuck out of here.
Nigga,
Man.
if I told you that I believe in a flying spaghetti monster, what you gonna tell me?
Nigga, imagine no. What the fuck I'm gonna tell you, nigga?
What you
What
gonna
can
tell
I
me?
tell you? What
but
can
we
I,
don't
gonna
so
think.
you
tell
have
me?
an infatuation with pasta, nigga?
All right, so I'm a pastafarian. All right. So am I
You
crazy
go.
or am I crazy or am I sane?
Well, do you have evidence for your being?
Nigga
I don't.
from
Do you have evidence for your being?
Yeah, the Bible.
Yes, of course, nigga. I can show you a
I
white
have
man
pasta
without.
in my cabinet, nigga.
No,
You
it's
see
not
what
the
I'm
same
saying?
thing.
Like, Google that shit, nigga. Google the spaghetti monster, and that's your
There.
image.
It's there, nigga.
So, show me, nigga.
When your
Yeah,
Show me
pastor
your
God
God's
writes
face.
prophecies, when your pastor God writes prophecies that come true, maybe he'll have some credibility.
Hey, show me your God's face, dude.
Nigga, I'm walking
And can
right
you,
now. I'm walking
and
in
can
the
you,
restaurant. Nigga. I
all
don't
right,
got time for
check
this.
this out. This is, you want me to expose your spaghetti monster right now?
Look it up,
I could
nigga.
do it.
There's,
No, I don't
yeah,
want to
he's
look it up.
real.
No,
He's
all I
real,
got to
nigga.
do is ask you one question, nigga. You ready?
He's real. He's real, nigga. That's it.
You're ready? You're ready for this
There's
one
nothing you can
question?
tell me, nigga. He's real, nigga.
That's fine. That's fine. But I still want you to answer this one question. You ready?
All right, that's fine.
All right. What did your God say?
He said,
You see?
all those who sit at my table will eat. Will eat.
Yeah, right, nigga. Your God doesn't talk, nigga. He's fucking muted, nigga. But where he is, he's in the journey, nigga. He's
Nigga,
sleeping.
tell me what your
Wake
God
your
can do.
fucking-
My God can feed a
Nigga,
family.
you know what?
What can your
All right,
God
let
do,
me
nigga?
ask you something. All right, check this out. Be honest. What did our God say?
Your God can't do shit. My God can actually
No,
feed a
answer
family,
the
nigga.
question, nigga. You see how you don't want to answer? What did Jesus say?
He didn't say shit, nigga. He's not real.
You a bitch, dog. You see it? You spoke for spaghetti monster. You willing to go that far? You willing to say a comment that the spaghetti monster said, but you know plenty of quotes that Jesus said, and you're willing not to even share one quote with us, man?
I don't know enough, honestly.
Nigga, just give me
Get it
anything
roasted,
that Jesus has said.
He didn't say
All right,
nothing, man.
check this out.
What did
Check this
Santa
out.
Claus
Check
say?
this out. Check this out. Check this out. Did Jesus
Do you
say,
mean there's actually
let him?
evidence about
let-
if Jesus existed?
Santa Claus
Hey,
existed.
did Jesus?
No,
Did
but there's
Jesus say,
evidence.
let the man without sin cast the first stone? Did you hear that before?
That's right.
How about love your neighbor as you love yourself? You heard that before?
Yeah.
You heard blessed be the poor.
Yeah,
You've heard the
all these
Sermon on the
things,
Mount. You see what I'm saying? So my God talks, nigga, while your shit is silent, nigga.
men wrote.
I told you, nigga.
All these things that men wrote. God did not write this
Yeah,
shit.
you can say all that shit, nigga, but you just say yeah to all three questions, nigga.
Who wrote your book? Men wrote. Man wrote your book.
47
by the Holy Spirit.
Hey, good men, dog, led by the Holy Spirit, my nigga. I believe in
right.
that. I believe that.
Yeah, men also
I
wrote
believe they
my
were good
spaghetti
men.
monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what did he say?
The Holy Spirit, nigga. The Holy Spaghetti, nigga. I don't know what you find funny, nigga. You're mocking my religion, nigga.
You said the spaghetti monster said the Holy Spirit.
The Holy Spaghetti, nigga.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yo, fuck, Bob.
Yeah, man. You have to. This is one thing. This is one thing that you guys can't get away from, man. Look, there's a couple things you can't get away from. Remember this, all right?
Yeah, right.
You hate the whole world hated Jesus without a cause. You have to slander in order to ridicule him.
That's
You have
not
to
true.
lie, sir.
That's not true. A lot of people, well, 12 disciples followed him.
Why are you saying that's not true? In the Bible, it says everyone with one voice said, "Give us Barabbas." What are you talking about?
Excuse me, you said the whole world.
Nigga, what the fuck does that mean? I'm telling you, everyone with one voice said, "Give us Barabbas."
No, that was a regional aspect of the whole world. It
Hey,
wasn't the
listen,
whole
listen,
world.
listen. That was the world.
To them.
All right.
To
No,
them.
nigga, that little time frame stopped time, nigga.
No, it didn't stop time.
No.
We're here now.
All right. So when was Jesus born, Ronan?
Well, no one knows actually, and they just lined
Good
it up.
answer.
They
Good
just,
answer. Now, what does BC stands for, Ronan?
I wasn't finished, Mike. Out.
Yeah, I know, but you're long-winded, man. What's BC stands for, Ronan?
BC.
Go ahead. Before Common Era.
Well, no, that's two things. Before current era, BCE is one thing. That's a modern translation.
Modern time, perfectly. That's what I wanted to hear.
But BC stands for before Christ.
Thank you, man, for your honesty.
Okay, okay. So they just moved. They just moved.
All right. So what does AD stands for?
They just moved. What's that, please?
What does AD stands for?
Well, after death. After his death.
All right. After whose death?
According to the people that adjusted for the time of the year, it was Christ's death.
There you go.
That was taken from a pagan festival celebrating the coming of the spring.
That's okay.
Okay, they just lined it up with that. No one knows exactly when Jesus Christ was born. I looked into it.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I like that answer too. I don't
That's
have a
what
problem
Rum
with that.
did, though. That was Rum. That's not
Yeah,
what
I
the
don't have
early
a problem
Christians
with that.
believed.
I just
Jews celebrate birthdays.
Yeah, dude, I'm pretty sure, dog. Jesus stopped your time clock.
I mean, let's just be honest. Isn't it fitting that the Son of God is the most controversial figure in history? Just saying.
In history, just saying, man.
Yeah, they say the Bible is the biggest selling book, but that's not true. A lot of people.
Well, it says more than selling, though. It's probably the most influential, the most copied, the most sold, the most owned. There's a lot of things.
No, that book was basically forced upon the people who were vanquished.
No, but let's go down. Give me a better book than the Bible.
The people who were enslaved by the people promoting that book, right, did not buy that book. The people promoting the book bought the book. And
yeah, but a lot of things happened there, though, Ronan.
No, I studied enough history to know that.
No. But hold on. Then, if you studied, then you would have to agree that that book was read in Latin. It wasn't in English.
Well, no, originally, like I said,
you're not listening to me.
Hebrew.
Okay,
Hebrew,
I understand. I understand, but we're in Latin. We're talking about
Greek, and then Rome.
No. You're fast forwarding.
Right, we can hear
yeah,
music.
you're fast forwarding. Stay in Latin. Stay in Latin.
Okay, that's after Hebrew, Aramaic, after.
No. What I'm saying is that the church. What I'm saying is that the Bibles that were written were taught to the slaves, but in Latin.
Okay, it was forced upon the slaves.
And then certain men came along.
No, you agree with that. You agree with that. Thank you. That's the point I'm trying to make. It was
it was spoken to them in a different language.
It was forced onto them, fine in Latin, but it was forced onto the slaves.
No, it wasn't, because they couldn't understand what they were saying.
You don't understand what the word slave means. It's only one.
The word slave?
It should be simple, one syllable.
Yeah, Slavic, right?
No, you're trying to confuse things to avoid taking responsibility.
No, Slavic. The word slaves derives from the word Slavic, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, but do you know what it means nowadays?
Yeah, bondage. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't know what you mean. Like, slave means that you're oppressed.
It was forced onto people.
Nah, it wasn't forced because they couldn't understand the language. Look, this is what I think happened. Hear me out. This is what I think happened.
Or egg or not egg.
I think
what you think has nothing to do with reality.
Go mute yourself, you fucking demon.
Yeah, and
what you think has nothing to do with reality.
No, no. All right, I probably started that wrong, but this is what I know then. When the Bible was being read in Latin to the slaves, certain men came along and was translating it into English because what they saw, what they were doing was horrible. One of those men was called William Tinsdale. He was killed like a witch. Okay. And nothing. I mean, this is very important as far as for you to understand.
No, I understand the main point that it was forced onto people.
No, you're not listening to me. You're not listening. All right. Imagine this. Imagine this. Imagine if I open up a book to you, right? And I read it to you in Spanish. Would you understand it?
No.
Good answer.
I don't know a lot of Spanish. I know a little Spanish, but not a lot of it.
There you go. You see? So, but there will still be things that you can't understand, right?
So that being unfair.
That's exactly. Put yourself in a slave mentality, and that's the same thing.
If you're reading it to me in a foreign language, you're already condescending. You don't even explain how that language was put together. You're forcing it onto me. Do you understand?
Well, you're not forcing it because it doesn't.
Oppression.
No, because it doesn't enter your soul. Listen, it doesn't enter your soul if you don't understand the words, sir.
Well, how do I understand if I don't know how to speak the language in the first place?
It takes time. It takes time, but they didn't learn Latin.
No. The whip on my back would make me understand. Okay.
Nah, you got that regurgitation of KKK. I don't want to hear that masonry bullshit.
The whip on my back would make me understand.
Yeah, sure.
Toby.
The whip. No, look, to tell you the truth, nigga, the only thing that whip on my back would let me do, nigga, is basically if they say your name is Toby from now on, nigga, I would be like, nigga, my name is Toby.
Okay, that's the
all
same
right,
thing
but
with
it
the
has
Bible.
nothing to do with accepting God. No, you see, you're an extremist. You're being a narcissist again.
No, I'm being real. That's what
a lie. You go from 0 to 100.
No, history proves it.
Liar. I think they just gave us our book back.
Wait a minute. I'm not making things up like you do.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I told you they spoke it to it. I told you they spoke it to the slaves in Latin.
Look, I studied other things besides the Bible, and I
say that
to know the difference. That's why I'm saying these things.
Yeah, but they're incorrect.
I'm making it up to avoid you. I'm being.
No, but everything you're saying is correct. You didn't even understand what I told you. All right, let me ask you something. I just gave you a translator. I just gave you. Hold on. I gave you a translator that translated the Latin Bible into English. What name did I give you?
A translator.
No, I gave you the name of the guy that did it. One of the guys.
Okay, fine. Okay, translated into English. And
there you go. So if he was translating from Latin to Greek, obviously there was a problem.
No, it's the other way around, from Greek to Latin, historically.
From Latin to Greek, sir. Latin is the language that came out after Hebrew.
No, Greek is another language.
Well, I mean, you could put Aramaic in there, but that's all Hebrew.
No, that was the Old Testament. Hebrew, Aramaic, the Old Testament. The New Testament was written in Greek. Then it was translated into Latin. Then it was translated into English and other languages.
What if I tell you? All three of those languages are all African American.
No, they're not.
Greek.
No,
Greek is not African American.
No, not at all. You see, that's the thing, though. You guys paint the whole Greece. Look, you guys paint the whole Greece all white.
Why don't you know Greek? You don't know Greek.
The Hellenistic era, right?
Greek language.
Do you guys know about the Hellenistic era?
The Hellenistic.
What is Hellenistic? Yeah, what's Hellenistic? What's Hellenistic?
Basically, it's the Greeks. But what's your point?
There you go.
What is your point?
My point is that we've always mingled.
No, show me history when modern Greeks were black, please.
Oh, God, man.
That's what you're claiming.
No, you said modern history. You said modern people or modern history. I can't show you. I mean, you're gonna tell me there's no black people in Greece?
No, but you were saying that Greek was a Hebrew African American language.
Yeah, man. Of course, man.
How?
All right. Because you're painting Greece with a black brush. I'm telling you, white people didn't even exist in that time.
Greece has always been basically the same multitude of people, really.
Well then, I'm about to screenshot right now, bro.
Yeah, right. I have to agree with Armando on this one. I take it back. I agree with Chris.
That's not about
Look at these
Atlantis.
statues. Look, man, it says here, Bigio Morata, Greek man in Anatolia, 200 BC. I showed you what you asked for.
Right, what one statue?
You see? You see what I'm saying? Perfect answer. You asked the question, got the answer, and now you need more. We can
I want to see like sources from like history and stuff.
Look.
That's right.
I said I want to see sources from like
This is Herodes.
history and stuff.
This is Herodes Antiquus.
Did you hear what I said?
No.
I want to see like some like sources about history and stuff.
Click on the one with Steve Harvey. Hey, Chris, he got you on this one, dude.
No, but I'm just saying, it's not about getting or not getting, but it's just, I have no idea why you think we've ever been separated. I have no idea. I don't know why you paint Greece with a white brush.
Yeah, right.
This is Freemasonry.
Oh, exactly.
But you want me to read you a book, find you a book, or what are you asking for?
I said I wanted like some sources from like historians who were like going on this depth.
Find it?
Like I'm looking at some books that have been written about this, but it says like a lot of scholars are saying that they're just painting it that way with like it's like pseudo, just like guesswork. A lot of some of the things they're saying.
I mean, see right there in the third paragraph.
Oh, the Ethiopians. I was reading that. No, but I'm looking for he wants a scholar. I think that's what he's asking for, right? A scholar.
Grizz, would you agree with Armando's claim that the white man's the devil?
No, I don't think anyone's a devil.
What do you mean, nigga? You just claimed to be the devil a couple hours ago.
No,
You even.
I'm just joking. I'm joking. I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Look, Dr.
I mean,
John.
I've seen people who have freaking said that like freaking King James was black, yo. I'm not trusting most of that shit anymore. That y'all are saying.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, it's from the same people who like are involved in your circle. The Hebrew Israelites are saying, "Look, King James is black. I ain't believing that shit." Fucking a Scottish man in the 1600s, a king was fully black. Come on, man.
African influences.
No, but I've seen people claim that he himself was like, you know, African or whatever you want to call it.
Dude, I've heard King James was a homosexual. So I mean, you can say a lot of things, man. Isn't this him right here?
Not sure.
I think that's.
Yeah, King James of Scotland. That's what they're claiming was like black in the 1600s.
I mean, it's pretty easy to fucking cover up that, but I don't know if I agree with that. Dude, I don't think white people are bad like that. Like I think it's just like black people, man. They come good and bad.
I'm just skeptical on a lot of the information I
do see-
want to accept nowadays.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
not-
ain't just gonna believe any random claims and shit.
Kinte Toby.
You don't believe any random claims, but you believe in Jesus.
I don't believe in what?
Random claims.
No, because I actually studied the Bible before I even believed in it. So you just speak about something that you don't know about.
Yeah, right, Grid.
I just told you what I did. Whether you refuse to accept it or not is your choice.
That's right.
I don't know. I've never even looked into the King James thing, but
It doesn't even make sense, man.
it is. This one, he looks black, though, and this shit looks like it's from 1608.
I don't think he looks black.
On this picture, no?
No.
I think he does. I mean, after mingling already, yeah, but yeah, he looks black to me. But it's not
So you-
sufficient. You know, it's like kind of easy to do this, though, man. You know?
I mean, if you compare that face shape to the one you've just shown, it's like similar face shape.
Think so? I don't know, man. You said this one, right?
You can't really tell if someone's like black off like a grayish kind of like depiction anyway.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not gonna eat these pastel colors neither. This is easily done.
I'd like to know how a Scot was like basically of African descent in like the 1590s.
What do you mean, man? There was black people in Scotland.
No, but you can look at his lineage. Not in 1590s there weren't. If you look into his family lineage and shit, he's got a whole lineage that shows he's always been a Scot. You're not gonna find out on that.
Yeah, I know, because I'm not gonna put that white because I already know. I already know there's white. Dude, I swear, I think it was blacks all through that shit. Scotland, Ireland, all that shit. Almost like it's probably like everybody has their reign and their time. You know what I mean? They go back and forth. I don't know.
This isn't even really a topic I care about. I don't care about race, man.
I don't care about race, but I still like calling the kettle black or white. Okay, nigga. This nigga's from Scotland right here, nigga. You heard?
Yeah, that could have been like in the 1950s. That's like a black and white real photo.
Yeah. Yeah, I do tell that.
That King James was like born in like the 1580s or some shit. I don't even think the slave trade had started by then in 1580s.
Yeah, we did that.
And I'd like to know how a slave got to the king of like basically become the king of Scotland and then the king of the British Empire.
117.
Yeah, see, so that was way before that time. So you need to say that basically all ancient Brits are black, which there's no evidence for.
Yeah, shit. No recognizes the existence of a noble or ennobled black man in European courts. George von Frankfurt presenting the results of his research in the 16th century. I mean, there it is. You see? The Saracen is a European medieval term for Muslims adopted from Latin.
Oh, what's the fire this? Well, you know that Turkey's right next to Europe, right? So of course we're gonna like mix them.
You know, there was this dude, and he said, them crackers just stole the old ancient religion from African Americans, right? And grabbed Noah's Ark and landed it in Turkey, just to claim that shit for themselves. You know, because they said that Noah's Ark is in the Mount Ararat.
Right.
Know about that?
Then you, if you're gonna say that, then you gotta say like freaking the Bible's corrupt. I don't do that.
Right.
I
Look,
mean,
Ronan.
if you can't trust your book, then you can't trust out.
Look, Ronan, they said that the Ark landed right there, bro.
That's a joke, man. That's a joke.
Yeah, it is. Nigga, you think this is not possible, my nigga?
No, mechanically it's not possible because no, that wouldn't work at all.
Yeah, right. It won't work, nerd.
No, it's too big. It's too
Yeah, right, nerd. Yeah, fucking right, nigga.
Ronan, what did they use to seal wooden ships back in the old days in the 1500s?
Well, I mean, obviously they used rope, and tar to seal the seams. And
Look,
well, that's not an ark. It looks like a Viking ship.
yeah, right, nerd. Hey, look, let's go find out what
You said they use tar.
Yeah,
tar.
they use tar.
They use
Yeah.
tar and rope to seal the seam.
Tar's pretty good, though, to be fair.
If anything, they might have had bronze, but steel was invented till centuries later. So
Hey,
Now,
what's
what
up with
did-
that
what-
music in the background, nigga? You gonna get me caught up, nigga?
What did Noah use?
Nigga, cut that shit off, demon. Nigga probably already got me banned and shit, dog.
That's at this
been playing for
restaurant.
ages.
Over there doing dishes, nigga, listening to some bitch ass music, nigga.
I'm at a restaurant, God.
Yeah, I know, nigga, but you gonna get me all caught up, nigga. I don't give a fuck though, nigga. I'll just create another fucking account, bro. Hey, but arc, a part of a curve, especially a part of a circumference of a circle, shape or structure resembling an arc, curving, trajectory.
It doesn't
Luminous
say
electrode
exactly.
discharge between two electrodes or other points.
It says the wood that they made the arc out of, but it doesn't say, any more specifics.
Yeah, I mean, because these words are interchangeable. Like you could also do this. Look, that's the reason why I have a problem with this. Who's adding these vowels? You see, only in the A and the E. Adam and Eve, huh? That's awkward right there.
I can see how they get Jehovah though, like Jehovah,
me too.
Jehovah, stuff like that. I guess it's just like an English way of saying it,
Yeah, I agree with you there, 100%. But you see that this is how they spoke. They spoke just like this. Like if you look at the Hebrew
Yeah.
language. Yeah, I can see that too. It shows it right there. You see? See, the letter T was instead of B.
That's a complicated language. To understand that, you got to be
I don't
retired
know.
from birth, or you're gonna have to study it for like freaking years.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I mean, like I really don't even care, man. I'm not trying to learn no dead language anyways. That's exactly what it is. Dead fucking language. Like, I think it's a similar right here, The letter L turned into the letter G.
Yeah.
But there's no vowels in this.
Right.
See how the output's an X.
Right.
Yeah. Give them the letter A. Back was the letter I. Or backwards 7. Catch. Man, I can see all this shit transpiring to the language we speak now, though, that's for sure.
What you mean into our language?
Yeah, man. See the resemblance. It'll be kind of hard to learn, but it's kind of hard to find somebody that teaches this very, very well at this time. But I can definitely see the similarities, though.
Right, I'm heading off a bit. I've got something to do, so I'll see you later.
Alright, bro. Take care, man.
You too.
Hey, you got that song stuck in my head, dog. Go fuck yourself, nigga, with that gay ass song, nigga.
Jesus is not God.
Jesus God himself, my nigga. Stop giving me a hard time, dog. You gonna make me get mad, dog.
I'm just speaking truth, nigga.
So why your daddy name you Christian, nigga?
They thought it was a nice name.
That's right.
I'm gonna change my name.
Hey, mute yourself, nigga. You gonna get me caught up, nigga. Thanks, man.
I'm gonna change my
Yeah,
name
buddy.
to
Go ahead. So what?
Luis, aka Lucifer.
Interesting, nigga. Interesting selection, though.
How does that make you feel?
Nothing, man. I mean, you know, your name is the most powerful thing you have now, so name yourself that and let's see how you feel. You're not gonna go through a good life with a name like Lucifer, nigga.
You're cutting out, Armando.
Hey, your life is not gonna be so grand, my nigga, if you call yourself Lucifer.
You're cutting out.
Nothing's changed.
What's up, Demon?
Why aren't we in the other room?
Excuse me? Dude, I don't know why the fuck people are running. Where my people at, though? Where my people at, my nigga? Can't add nobody, dog. I can't add nobody, my nigga.
Take me in the other room.
Now what?
The other room.
What about the other room? What are you talking about, man?
Put me in that other room.
What other room? Oh, what do you mean, dude?
Okay, see ya.
Dude, you're already in here. That guy's fucking weird.
What up, Armando? Where's that demon Ronin at? Ronin. Just for the record, I do not hate Mexicans. Fuck you, Ronin. Shotgun. What's up, Shotgun?
What's up, buddy?
Man, I just now got back from eating fish. I came in here to argue with Ronan.
Are you down in Texas or where?
No, man, I'm in North Carolina.
Right now, so am I.
Really? What part?
I'm in Durham.
Oh, wow, man, you're up there where my brother's at.
Yeah, I come down here for a couple months during the winter time.
Wow, that is so cool. I guess I should. Well, I don't care. Anyway, I'm in Greensboro. I'm not far at all from you.
And I go up there all the time. An old high school buddy of mine is one of the best rock and roll drummers in the state. Lives
Really?
up there in Greensboro. Yeah. His name is Kelly Pace. I don't know whether you know him. He plays with he's more like he's just a good rock and roll drummer.
Well, you know, I've been in bands all my life, Shotgun, and you know, in my primary life, should I say, I've always worked on machinery and all the industries, and so I have a recording studio here. I got 4 CDs that I've done, and getting ready to record another CD if I can ever get all the guys together to finish it. And I don't know him personally, but I know a hell of a lot of musicians in this area.
He plays with a guy, I think is the guitarist is by the name of James. Do you know him? No? Okay.
Not right off, no.
Yeah, they do gigs all over the time. They used to do down here in Durham, and they used to have a bar up on 501 going from Chapel Hill up to Durham. There was a place called 46 West. They used to play there. But no, he plays all over Durham. Oh, Greensboro, rather.
Well, you know, I recorded in a studio called TGS in Chapel Hill years ago, and I'm very well aware of that area. There's a lot of college bands up around the Chapel Hill area and Asheville.
You want coffee, huh?
Yeah. But no, I don't know him right now. Are you around? So you're around Duke University right now?
Yeah, just about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where my brother works, man.
Yeah. So I'm just here for a few months, and then I'll be going back up to the mountains of of New York State, where I actually live.
Cool. Wow. So do you? Wow. Do you own a place in Durham too, or just you?
No. I know some people who have a couple apartments. They give me a sort of an extended rate kind of thing.
A snowbird rate.
Right. Exactly right. Exactly right.
Yeah. I've got a. So I'm trying to follow the chat at the same. But anyway, I got a place down. So what I usually do, well, I haven't lately, but I own a place right below Myrtle Beach, 3 blocks from the ocean in Garden City.
My brother owns a restaurant in Myrtle Beach. So that's another reason why I'm down here.
Wow.
He owns a restaurant on Barefoot Landing in North Myrtle Beach. You know that area?
I know exactly where that is. I lived in my place down there in Garden City for about 8 years and was playing music all up and down the East Coast line there.
Yeah.
And times got a little tough in the winter months, so I kept this house here and moved back here. And well, the old man was dying and all that stuff, so I had to be around the area up here, and I've just kind of stayed here and just transport down there.
Gotcha.
In the winter months, I go down there a lot.
Yeah, but you know, I was born and raised around New York City, so I mean, even though it's nice weather down here, I mean, it's not my people, so to speak. So I not to offend anybody, but I mean,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man. New York has taken a hard hit in the industry world too, man. There's a lot of people that have moved here from all around upstate New York and around Rochester.
Hell yeah, this North Carolina has become the new Florida for New Yorkers.
That's correct. A lot of them have moved here, and so since I work in the industry on machinery, I have, you know, gotten to know a whole lot of them, and I've moved around from industry to industry quite a lot because, as you know, they close up and go to China, Mexico, Honduras, and everywhere else.
Hey, buddy, do you know the town called Cary?
Yes, I do. It's up next to Raleigh.
Yeah, you know what that stands for, don't you? Central Area for Relocated Yankees.
Yeah, I'm Cary, and then there's a Fuquay Arena up there. Yeah, man. I hadn't spent a lot of time around Cary. Years ago, there used to be I started out when I got out of the military. I went into the textile industry. You know, that was real big here.
Yep.
And they had a plant up in Fuquay, which is basically right around Cary.
Yeah, I know where it is.
And they had a synthetic plant up there, and they sent me up there to fix some of their problems up around that area.
Well, hell, that was Charlotte's mainstay for many years, textiles.
That's correct. Everything around here was textiles, furniture, and tobacco.
Yep.
This whole area was just basically that. All right, go ahead. Hold on, my wife wants to say something.
Go ahead.
Not to you.
Oh.
Hey, Athena, this is Crystal Cute. Did you enjoy donkey balls while you were jogging the other day?
Oh, now come on. Athena's a good girl. I love her.
They were joking around in there, I
Okay.
think. Yeah. Yeah, Athena's cool. She's got a fake clone in there, just like I do.
Oh, eventually everybody does if you come on here.
Oh, yeah. My fake clone's in there now. Can you see the chat, Ryder?
No, not I can't see the chat. at the same time that I'm on it. So I'm not that tech savvy. Hey, but buddy, you know what? I tell you something, man. I loved how you ripped fucking Troy and Adam a new asshole last night. That was brilliant, brother.
Hey, well, thanks, man. That's not who I am, but man, I tell you, that guy. The other day, I watched him. I guess I don't know. Seems a little calmer than he was. I don't know what the guy's issues are, but what ticked me off was I think it was you and somebody else in there the other day, and he was talking about he was going to cut their throat and all of that stuff. And
that kind of shit don't fly with me. I spent 20 plus years in the Marine Corps, so I would have gone after him. But I don't have a problem. Adam can be entertaining from time to time. It's sometimes it's better than listening to fucking Bible talk. But I have a problem with the fact that he has to attack people on their physical appearance.
Yep. Yes, I'm a very. I'll put it to you this way: when I was growing up, if I treated anybody differently, my old man would tear my ass up.
Right, exactly right. I mean, you could go after. I mean, I think it's appropriate. If he wants to tell Petra that her singing is bad or somebody's philosophy is wrong, go for it, motherfucker. But don't be calling people fat and big nose and all that sort of shit.
Exactly. That's
the way they were born.
I don't know. There was a couple of days, and you were in there one day with him. I remember when he was just being a real ass. And but there was another day that was worse than that. I don't know. Look, I don't know what he does or what he doesn't do, but somebody in the chat is saying, "That's right, buddy. That's true," or whatever. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate it. I probably shouldn't have gone in there at that time. But I don't know, man. I got tired of it.
Well, yeah, I can understand that, but if you got to stay on this fucking chat, you got to develop a thick skin for sure.
Yes, very thick.
Hello, Ronan, my old buddy. Buddy, you know Ronan, don't you?
Yeah, we were having a little debate when I don't know who it was, kept it may have, God, I can't even remember. Somebody kept interrupting us. We were trying to debate the wall and that kind of stuff.
Yes. Hello, gentlemen. Yes, buddy, we were talking about the wall, and then I made my points, and then you were going to go on, and then I think we were sniped, I believe.
Yeah, we all got kicked out. I couldn't get back in, so I went under a different account and went back in there.
Yeah. Go ahead. We'll continue after you finish your point with Shotgun Rider.
No point. We're just rambling, Ronan. Ronan, did you get a little triggered last night?
Did I get a little what, please?
Triggered.
Oh no, I like to mirror back, and what I do is I turn on the drama. It's on purpose, basically just try to bring it back up in hopes that person realizes that, hey, I'm trying to tell people you're going out of bounds here, and if I start talking like that, hey, you're going out of bounds, you're calming down. It's like I'm trying to control them. So what I do is I try to act just as so-called childish, right? And then then they're surprised. It's like, why are you acting like that? And then, it's called verbal judo, right?
Yeah, that's what I figured, Ronan. That's what I figured.
Oh yeah. It's a fun thing for me to do, and that's how. In other words, I'm not trying to talk down to anyone. I know people get excited and they're very strong in their position, but I don't try to talk over them or talk down to them. I'm just trying to come up, and then if there's any chance at all, right, I'll try to bring it back down so we can just keep it down to the civil level. But it is it's just a lot of fun for me.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the only problem. Well, this is something else. Say, was it you that started playing music in the background a couple of hangouts ago?
Well, what I did was I felt that if you could put scripture on the chat, then I could put Buddhist chants on the chat without having it be some sort of trespassing on privacy or whatever.
Well, no, because Armando, see, I didn't understand it because at one point you said, "Hey, I'm going to go back and listen to some." I think you said reggae music or something.
No. That was me then. No.
Okay, there was somebody else. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. No. You can put Buddhist chants. It's a what is it? Public domain.
That's right. That's what I thought too.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think Armando, I guess he's gone right now. But I guess he can come back and basically address that point because well, you weren't here at the time, but he said, yeah. Shotgun Rider put up some copyrighted material, and I don't recall that.
Yeah,
okay? Maybe I wasn't in the room, or I had mic'd out because I had to go get something to drink or something. But like I was telling the rest of the people in the hangout at the time, it's not part of your profile to do that. I think you're well aware of copyright infringement, such and such.
Absolutely. I mean, I could not put I could not. I know that I can't put the Rolling Stones on, but I was challenging the fact that religion is religion. And if you're going to put scripture up there, I could put Buddhist chants up there.
Well, yeah, but that's public domain. I mean, it's well within your right to. And I haven't heard much of it, right? And I'd like to listen to it, even though I might not understand the words, but per se. But the idea of how does that go? I'm not familiar with it. But it is part of public domain because it is part of religion.
I wasn't sure either. That's why I challenged it.
Oh no, it's public domain. I mean that's what that is. But even like say yourself, a Buddhist, a practicing Buddhist, yeah, you have that right because it's the same thing as someone here quoting scripture.
Exactly my point.
It's no different, really.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, we'll have to clear that up with him.
Well, I don't think it will be cleared up with him because he's going to call me an atheist.
Yeah, he's got that problem. If you're not Christian, you're an atheist. Doesn't matter what religion or practice you claim.
Right.
Yeah, but I guess well, that's him, and I guess we can all have a laugh at his expense when he does.
I try to sidestep those conversations now. I've known it for quite a while.
Yeah. You're not one to do that. But I think it would be a good point to bring up. So everyone is really, especially Armando Vargas. So he's very clear on that if you say if he says everyone has that right, well, hey, we can hear Buddhist chants or we can hear someone recite poetry. I mean, if it's public domain, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, or Shakespeare or whatever.
Or you playing the guitar?
Oh, yes. Or maybe trying to cover a song. Hey, it's I'm not. If I'm doing it for money, then that's a problem. That becomes a problem, right? But if I just play it because I'm covering it, it's not against the law to do so.
Right.
Okay.
That's my thought too.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, if you're not here, I'll bring it up to him, and then at least we'll have something recorded to that effect, and I guess we can go on from there because, like I said, it seems odd. It's not part of your I call it a profile, right? It's not part of your profile for you to do something like that because you're a smart man, you're quite intelligent as I perceive it, and it's like no, it just didn't make sense at the time. But like I said, it's neither here or there until we get him on the mic and have him address that issue. Yeah,
it will be an interesting conversation. I mean, I just perceive that the last couple of days this chat has sort of deteriorated into, who can I snipe? How can I block you? This, that, and the other thing. It gets, I bail out then.
Yeah, it's annoying. It really is annoying. But that's the way he wants to run it.
Yeah.
It's his show, as they say.
Exactly right, dude.
Yeah.
You're right. All right, I got to go out and have a cigarette, even though I'm trying to quit. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, shotgun.
All right, Ryder.
Hey, okay, buddy. Okay, well, just to basically bring it back up, like I said, the problem is not necessarily the Mexican illegals, but the fact that the American businessmen hire illegals so they don't pay living wages. Your point, please.
Yeah, I'm aware of those things too. Look, they have a right for a good life here, just like everybody. You know, Ron, I'm going to get a little personal and just tell you something that I have. Despite all the other experiences, I just want to leave it like this. Maybe my wife is from an island. Okay. I spent a lot of time in Asia, so among many other places, but I had to pay thousands of dollars to get my wife here, and I had to go through the U.S. Embassy. And having been through that experience, I'm trying to say this right so I don't get any backlash out of it. When I see not everyone on a fair playground to come, as a matter of fact, not just this country, I think it needs to be in every country. Now, there's several subjects that tie into this, you know, the way I feel about it. I had to pay thousands of dollars. I had to qualify 125% over the poverty level, among many, many other things that went all the way back to when I went to junior high school. I had to prove a lot of stuff. At the end of this whole ball of wax, I started to put my own thing together about how it was a good thing, because I was kind of pissed, you know, I was born and raised in America, blah, blah, blah. And I was pissed at a lot of the stuff that I had to prove. Hey, man, all the way down to my first marriage. Okay, I had to go get a fucking marriage certificate. Long story short, to wrap the whole subject up, when I was in third world countries, I realized that they could murder somebody and go right down to the street corner to their to the closest bar and get drunk and never worry about ever getting in trouble for somebody they just killed. Why? There's no DNA. There's no fingerprints. There's no nothing to clarify anything for anyone to go by to hold anyone accountable for anything. They don't have a birth certificate. They don't have a social security number. They don't have anything. Now, that's one of my problems with it, because there's a lot of things, even on a local realm here where I'm at now, that goes on, and there's no paper trail. There's no way to find out who did it, because there's nothing to go by. So I have a bad problem with anybody from any country, anywhere, not being established to where they have to follow the same playing field that every American does. But it's a security thing too. So I don't like the idea that somebody can come in, rape my wife, kill my kid, and go down to the local bar and get drunk and never worry about getting caught for it. That's my big problem with it. But there's other issues too, but I won't get off into that because it kind of all ties into the whole immigration thing anyway. But so I'm a guy that had to follow the rules and the laws and do it correctly. Now, I'm here. I'm not in Mexico. I'm not in another country. So I understand everybody wanting to have a better way of life. Now, you talk about the farmers. There's many more people. The farmers are a big part. I guess I could say even in this area, I've known people who run ranches and farms here that do have illegals working for them. Man, I don't even have a problem with that. The problem I have is when you get this on a large scale, things get whacked. And I guess even if they were here working for the farmers, I feel that they should still be documented, to where, man, it ties into so many different things I don't want this to become an ambiguous rap to where, I'm all against everything about immigration, because I'm not, man. And I'm damn sure not prejudiced. I think my wife proves that,
Well, no. We have in this block we got 5 more hours. So please, we can elaborate as far into anything that you want. Before we get too far off, let's get back to the points you were making. Yes,
okay.
Yes, you did everything. It's called pro rosa, above the table, right? You went through all the hoops, jumped through all the hoops, as they say, right, to accomplish and establish what you have now. Okay, that's admirable. Great, that's the way it should be done. I agree with you. Now let's go back to that country there, whatever country that may be that doesn't have birth certificates or the law had someone there, and I'm not talking about you nor I'm talking about within that country, right? Done what you said, go off and kill somebody, then go down to the bar and have a beer, no consequences. I can understand it with the general population. Now, if that one person went off and killed someone of prominence, importance, or wealth, you can bet right now that the authorities be right after them quickly. We can understand that, obviously. Come on, buddy, let's be fair about it. If the so-called commoners, well, yeah, the establishment doesn't care. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but we are a nation of laws, and I agree with you. Having had done what you did to get where you are now. So okay, so we got that point touched on. Now you said local farmers, and ranchers, right, who hire illegals. But see, if you look at it on a local level, and just say you have no problem, but if you think of it in a national level, that's where the problem lies. Because I'm not saying there may be big time ranchers and farmers. I don't need those details. We don't need those details. But the difference is, if they're hiring illegals, and then they pay them, not standard wages. It's called sub rosa, under the table, right? They pay them sub rosa, right? They get away with paying federal taxes and everything else that comes with the actual responsibilities of a business owner.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, if you extrapolate that out and look at it in terms of nationwide, yes, that's the problem. But the difference is with you saying, what if they were documented? And I do agree. I really agree with you there. They should come in and they'd say, hey, look, I'm here on let's just call it a standard work visa, right? Oh, okay, here's your ID. Well, get your picture, get your fingerprints, your country of origin, name, relatives, some, emergency contact number, so on and so forth, standard paperwork, right? That you can imagine, I can imagine that. And the idea is that person has that card, right? And they go to a farmer, a rancher. That's just the example. We can say, use construction sites, meat packing corporations, any number of jobs that hire illegal, right? And they go up, and that rancher farmer is hiring, and they show them that card. That rancher farmer has to report it to the government, and then obviously those taxes have to be paid by the rancher farmer and obviously the employee, right? Because that's the way it works here. You pay half and they pay half, and it goes to the federal government.
Yeah, hey, Ronan, on that subject right there, not trying to interrupt you.
No. Okay, please elaborate. Please go.
Yeah, on that subject right there, they should give farmers some type of tax break for. In other words, I feel like the farmers have gotten nailed in the last 20, 30 years. It's almost impossible for them to run their farms now with the way that they have everything set up for them, So, yeah, I think the illegals should be documented. The farmers should get a tax break. And I think they're even discussing that in, I think.
Okay. Well, how would you set that up in terms of a tax break?
In a third world country?
No, here, because the illegals come here, and you're saying the farmers here, are not given a tax break or incentive. How do you see that?
I don't know enough on the business side of things to know how they would properly set that up. I just know that if they say, hey, I have, 8 or 12 employees that I've hired that are here on a work visa, there should be some type of special break for the farmer. I don't know. I'm not really sure how they do that. Ronnie.
Okay, no, I do understand the employment laws and things of that nature, but that's neither here or there because I just need your perspective. If that person, whether legal or illegal, is working for X number of dollars per hour, and the federal government expects that the farmer pay in their half, and it's called a FICA tax, right?
Yes.
Right, and well, the employee pays half. The
You have to match
pays.
the taxes.
So you're saying that because the person is here on a work visa, the farmer should not pay their half of the FICA taxes? Is that how you're couching this?
Possibly. I don't know if that ties into something ridiculous or not. I'll let you in on one more side of that for me. I owned and operated a top automotive repair shop while I did my industry work through the years. So I had about 6 mechanics, 2 secretaries. I had to match their taxes every week, man. It raped me, okay? Anything over 3 employees in this state, you start paying real high tax.
Right. Yeah, that's the way the law is set up. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just feel that the farmer should get some type of break. Among many other breaks, as far as the farmers should get, I just feel like they've made it, I don't know if it's a global thing and all of the stuff going on with the foreign trades with everything, beef, you name it. I don't want to get off into all that and make it too muddy, but in general, so the farmers could, operate and start to make profits again. Yeah. I think they should get a tax break. Yes.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to what I'm trying to delve into here is that you might come up with an idea that I haven't thought of, and that's why I'm asking. How do you see it? How could we help the farmers out? Because I think we should. Right. I think we should.
I think they should get a break. If not that way, if not the FICA tax. If I can't remember the way they labeled that tax. I just know I had to match the employees' taxes every week. That was in 2000 when I shut that operation down. But even I'm not sure, Ronan. I'm not that good in those categories to know where they could give the farmers breaks for, almost give them a break. I don't know, maybe even on selling their products, I'm not sure how they would work it.
Well, okay, where I live at, right, a farmer basically signs an exempt form, right? Let's say they go buy some parts, whatever parts, right? And they'll say they'll come up to the corporation and they'll say, this for farm use. Oh, okay. Here's a piece of paper. Fill it out. We got to report it. We got to document it, and they don't pay sales tax. Okay, that break is there already. It's put into the system, whereby if it's farm use, the gentleman or lady declares it, right, and they sign a piece of paper to whatever vendor they're going through, right, and there is no sales tax applied. Okay, that's one break already. It's already in the system. Well, here, where I'm at. And I'm pretty sure it's federal. So they get that support. It's not an advantage. It's support.
Right.
Okay? So I understand that aspect of it. But in terms of federal employment taxes, that's a hard one because it applies to everyone. Like you said, you had an automotive business and you had to pay half. They have to pay half and everyone else has to do the same. And it's the same for farmers because they're employees. It's not like a shelf item, a product that they don't pay taxes on.
Right.
So it's like that's the hard part. and then let's say there was something for that, and yeah, I could understand it. It was farming and ranching, but then once that idea comes up, everybody else is going to want to get a piece of that so-called free pie,
Right.
right? So the difference is above and beyond that, right? Is how does the U.S. government make up for the difference, right, in terms of less revenue?
I
Like,
don't know, Ron, and that's a great point. And the other thing, I just know this. If everything I've noticed in my life, if it's not followed in the beginning, it becomes messy in the end. In other words, if the laws aren't followed when they come here and everything is done correctly, boy, the downstream problems. Now, I don't know how you feel about, well, this is changing the subject if I start
that's
talking.
fine. That's fine. Go anywhere with anything you like.
Sanctuary cities, I am dead against sanctuary cities. I do not like those at all.
Buddy, let's bring it back to the agriculture and the fact that small farmers who grow organically next to a GMO farm gets spread by seeds from the GMO farm are now having to buy GMO seeds in the future.
Wow. See, I didn't know that.
Yep. Fucking Monsanto.
Wow. Yeah, when it comes to the farming, even though I spent a lot of my childhood on my grandmother's farm, she had a 90-acre farm. They raised Black Angus beef and just endless stuff, hogs, you name it. I don't know enough about the farming industry to even know. I couldn't run a farm because I don't know enough about it. All the way down to
hard work. That's all.
Yeah, baling hay and saving money on feed, all that stuff. I just don't know enough about it to really elaborate on all that. But tied into our conversation, what are you laughing? Oh, she must be talking in the room in there. My wife is in the room under Crystal Cute, so I don't know what she's doing in there. But anyway, she's on her computer. I'm on mine. But anyway, back to the immigration thing. I guess is this conversation started out.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that the way I feel about the whole Trump and the wall and all that stuff, I feel like there's still so much going on. I think he really is going to try to build that wall. I think it was cleared back in the late 80s to actually build one, is my best understanding of all of that stuff. And they just never got it implemented due to regulations and this, that, I don't know, environmental stuff.
You know what I just saw? I saw that he wants to build the wall. Architects have drawn up a plan where he wants to build a wall with a supersonic train going over it.
Oh, really? Wow, yeah. Man, that would be, wow, that would kind of tie into the talk I heard of the excellent trains that they have going around in China.
You're exactly right. He wants to put a bullet train on top of that wall.
Wow. Now, wow, what a great idea. That is, wow. No, that's a whole new thing this is the first time I've even heard of. I've had to branch off and get back to doing a lot of things instead of staying in it like I was during the election time. But so I don't know what the latest conversations are about the wall and all. I heard something about Trump's not going to build the wall now. It's just going to be a fence. I don't think that's what's going on. I think he's just kind of trying to take it easy on everything until he gets into office.
I agree.
They got that recount thing going on. Wall, fence, whatever. I just want with all of the problems that are happening now, man, okay, I'm going to give an idealistic view, and then I'm going to tell you my view as opposed to the year 2016. Idealistically, I don't like borders. I think the whole world should be free with no borders. Unfortunately, with evil in the world and all the other things that are going on with the countries and the fighting and the wars and all of the other issues that tie into immigration, the Islamic terrorism stuff, and just everything in a big ball of wax, I really feel that we need to lock it down.
I agree. I mean, just look at this fucking shooting at Ohio State. That was a Somali refugee for just a few years ago. If that's going to happen now, on top of the Somali that was at the in Minnesota a few months back, can you imagine what the Syrians are going to fucking do?
Exactly. And you know, Ryder, you were in the service 20 years or whatever. You know, the thing is, number one, I don't care if it's Mexicans. I don't care if they're from Cuba. I don't care where they're from. If you're not going to come to the foundation of what this country was built upon and honor it, in other words, when you get on an airplane and you fly back to the U.S. from another country, you still realize, hey, you still realize this is the best damn country left on the planet.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? A lot of these refugees want America to conform to their ways.
Exactly. That's the problem. They don't want to come here and respect the foundation of what this country's built upon. They want to change it. They want to come here. Well, you know, I'm all about change too, to be quite honest about it, Ryder. But the thing is, you're going to change what I have now to what you have in your country? Hell no.
Yeah. So if you want to change something, stay back in your country and try to change that.
Right. Don't come here and try to change the foundation of what this country was. This country was built upon the ideals of all those things that we don't want that existed everywhere else.
Yeah, well, I recognize that this country is built upon immigrants, and they, you know,
absolutely.
But we come together under one flag and
yes.
one constitution, and you're not going to come into my country and try to change try to change over 200 years of trying to establish this country with your bullshit. I just won't have it.
Exactly. And you know, wow, man, that goes deep. You know, I got a bad problem with them burning the flag. Fuck their rights. Don't come here doing that, flying your flags, burning our flag. That just tells me you don't respect the country or the values. If you're going to do that, it's like the law was passed in Congress. I heard the other day that it's never been executed that you can't burn our flag and stuff.
Well, it's been upheld by the Supreme Court that it's a First Amendment right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the difference. You know, under our U.S. Code, Title 36, Chapter 10, it's the right. Yeah, I mean, in 19, I got it written down here. I think it was 1986, right? It was held up that it's under the First Amendment, it's the freedom of expression. I disagree with it. I don't think that the flag should be burned, but the fact under that code, you know, when the flag is basically worn out, it does suggest under law that you burn it.
But you know what?
Ceremonially, it's like usually you give it to the Boy Scouts.
Right. No. Yeah.
Ceremony, and they basically burn the flag. But when it is burned in protest, right, that was also protected in 1986 or 87, right, as under the First Amendment, freedom of expression. So it's their right. I don't agree with it. But it's their right. Go ahead, please.
You could see, I have witnessed the erosion of this shit from the point where they took out the Pledge of Allegiance in schools to the point now where a college took down the American flag because it might be offending people. What the fuck?
Okay, calm down. I can see why they want to take out the Pledge of Allegiance because it says under God. I think that was added 1957. But however, under law, see, because we are a nation of laws, right? There's a separation of church and state, part of the Establishment Clause, the First Amendment, right? It's the First Amendment. So if they just reworded it and took out under God from the Pledge of Allegiance, we could use it all day long, anytime we feel like it. But that was the legal argument against it, and that's why they take it out of some places because it's under law you can't say that because it's a separation of church and state.
But I mean, I still don't understand that, Ronan, because under God, what does that mean?
It means that if they include that, another religion, if they took over, whether it's Buddhist, Islam, Jewish, does not matter, right? And all those legislators in the brothel of fools, Congress, that's what I call Congress, the brothel of fools, where it became that specific religion, you fill in the blank, anyone, Buddhist, Islam, whatever. And they say, well, we want to change the Pledge of Allegiance to say under Allah or under Yahweh, right? Or under Buddha, right? That's where the problem lies, and that's why we have the Establishment Clause where we separate church and state.
Well, first of all, Buddha is not a god.
Well, no, but like I said, a group of people, right? But see, under the law, that's why they separated it out. Even Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, God unto God." Jesus did support the separation of church and state, but that's why we have it here, and that's why they're taking the Pledge of Allegiance out. No, it says under God. You can't say that. Under law. We're a nation of laws. See, that's the argument for that. And I do defend that argument because I don't want a particular group, like you say, these people coming in and say, well, like that guy, that recent shooter, right? From the little information I got, he was upset that he couldn't pray 5 times a day. Okay, that Somali immigrant.
Yep.
Right. That detail came out. Right. He was upset. Oh no, they don't let me pray 5 times a day, so I'm going to go kill people. Wait a minute.
Who's not letting them pray 5 times a day? Go walk in the corner and pray. I have no problem with that.
Well, right, but see, he had the issue that he wanted everybody to do the same thing. So.
See, therein lies the rub.
Right. Right. That's why
that's part of their jihad, is to make sure that everybody in the world becomes like them.
Right. And that's why we have under law the separation of church and state. That's why they knocked the Pledge of Allegiance out. If they reworded it, the original Pledge of Allegiance did not have under God in there. It did not say that. One nation under God. It did not say under God in there. But legislators put it in there, and that's where they ran afoul of the law, and then it came back to basically bite them because people argued that point, and the courts have to say, well, we go by law, and that's where the issue comes up, and not everyone's wanting to understand that, and that's where I can respect your religion, but you must respect our laws, and that's where that rub comes in.
Yeah, I did not know this.
Oh no, but that's, like I said, that's why it was written that way. It's all legal terms, but that's why it's written that way. So they separate it out, and they don't have that in because, like the example I use, if another group that believed in another god came in, and they became part of the whole of the brothel of fools, Congress, they could change it and they could say under fill in the blank. What god is that? See, that's where I support our laws.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So there's no misunderstanding.
Our laws were set up. Our laws were set up to stop any kind of that shit.
Right. So if we're unfair to one, we have to be unfair to all, or everyone is treated fairly. Which is it? So they treated everybody fairly by saying you have the right to your religion, but your religion cannot get a meddle into the government. Right. That's why that's there. That's why people have issues, and because face it, most of this U.S. is Christian, but that's why the founding fathers set it up that way to separate that out, and that's why the churches don't have to pay taxes.
Well, that is, and in fact, is very interesting considering that a lot of our founding fathers were Masons.
Right, they were deists. Yes, that's true, absolutely true. But see, they were coming out of Europe, and they didn't want the problems that they had in Europe coming here. right? So in spite of their deist beliefs, Masons, right, they just set it up so hey, let's try to, we're going to be fair with everyone because we don't want those problems of the past coming to this nation that is new for us.
Very interesting perspective.
Oh no, just that though. That's history. I mean, I studied into that, just to get a good understanding. It's like, why are they arguing this or that? And well, if you look at it, like I have, right? That's why they did it that way. That's why it's worded the way it's worded. So like, it sounds confusing to many people, but if they really just took the time to look at how everything is phrased and expressed, it makes sense. It makes sense clearly.
So what do you think that the founding fathers were trying to establish a country based upon no religion?
No, that's just it. That's why they separated it out, so there would be no contention between, let's say, one denomination and another, right? So in other words, they debated it. They debated all of it out, and they say, well, wait a minute, why don't we just set it up so it's a separation of church and state? Then it's a fair playing field for everyone.
Okay.
Way, yeah, no one group can take over and just install their practices.
That doesn't sound very pragmatic, because even if you separate one from the other, eventually the two are going to mix.
Well, yes, they do. We have a problem. Well, I have issues with "In God We Trust" on our currency.
Right.
That was put in by the legislative bodies in 57, I believe, 1957. Right, but I don't like it. It should not be there. It's not currency, because our currency is not our God. Right, so that's what they're saying by mixing that. It's a problem. I've had issues with it, and I pointed it out to people, but they're not going to listen because, well, they say, well, we're Christian and Christian nation, so that's what we decided. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. It's not the law, but that's what you decided. Fine. That's the majority rule. I disagree with it under the original Constitution, but if that's the way it worked out, that's the way it worked out. If we could change it later, it'd be great. But if it doesn't change, okay, I accept it. This is what we have.
Right. As always, Ronan, you give me a lot of food for thought.
Yeah, I was arguing with some gentleman, I forget whom specifically, and in Article 6, right, it also says there will be no religious test for someone to hold public office. Okay, I'm paraphrasing, right? Which I'm atheist, right? And here in Texas, if I ran for office, if along the line somewhere in the campaign, they're going to ask me, well, who is your God? And I said, well, I don't have a God. And they'll stop me right out.
Right.
Right, and that's a problem, because wait a minute, I'm going according to law, and if I go on a witness stand, right, put your hand on the Bible, can't do that. How about this Torah? No. How about the Quran? No. What are you? I can affirm, because it says so. I can affirm, right? I'll raise my hand, right, but I can't put my hand on the book, because it's
that just goes back to my point about being pragmatic in the fact that our forefathers may have tried to separate religion and state, but indeed it's an integral part of our living.
Right, but under law, right? See, that's the difference. We're a nation of laws. We're not, like, put it this way: if we go back to Europe, church and state were mixed, and they call it Sharia law, for example, in Islam. But the Bible has its so-called Sharia law in its own words, right? But then again, you're Buddhist, and it's like, okay, what's your book? Oh, I follow Buddha. Wait a minute, well, here's the Bible. I can't do that. Here's the Quran. I can't do that. Here's the Torah. I can't do that. But why not? Because I'm Buddhist. And well, the law respects your position. That's where if you raise your hand, you don't have to put your hand on any book. You can just say, I affirm, under law. That's the law. You see, and I agree with that, because it would be unfair to you, a practicing Buddhist, right? It would be unfair to someone else if they were a different religion, and they go to up there, they're going to sit in the witness stand and raise your right hand. Okay, put your hand on this Bible. I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish. I can't do that. That's why it's, it sounds like it's not pragmatic, but it is. If you really look at it in terms of individual rights, which everyone has under
Well, Ronan, to a certain extent, we are changing. I mean, when John F. Kennedy ran for president, I mean, nobody ever thought that a Catholic could be president.
Right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, go ahead.
So hopefully there'll be a day where I agree with you that what I believe in has no bearing on the laws in the country that I work for or live for.
Yes, but like I said, we're still, evolving as societies go, and there's a lot of changes that need to be made, and I'm just wanting it to be for the best, because if we agree, and I do agree, this is my country. I was born here. Yes, my great grandparents were immigrants from Italy, right? They're Italian. I'm Italian, right? So they came here, they settled everything here, and it's like you were pointing out, if an American goes to another country, America says, you're under their jurisdiction, you're under their laws. We cannot help you, right? And when they come over here, they say, well, you need to believe in the laws that I used to believe in my country. Well, no, I don't accept that.
I don't accept it either.
Right. These are our laws, so you will abide by our laws in our nation, or you can go back home. I don't care.
Right.
I really don't care. But these people are coming in here, and currently it's Islam. Fine, it's Islam, right? And they're saying, well, we have to have this right. Well, okay, then you can't work here, because that question came up when I was a business professional, by one of the employees, right, in my staff, and I said, yeah, that'll be a problem, because we don't work on that schedule. It's an 8-hour day. If you want to go so-called pray or worship, that's on your day of prayer. Muslims would be Friday, Jews would be Saturday, and Christians are Sunday. But Christians basically just have it on Sunday, whereby Islam dictates every day you pray 5 times a day, but that's not really conducive to standard business practices, right, and the flow of business during the day. I wasn't going to stop the whole company just so this guy could go over here, or a group of people could just stop and pray. Hey, no, wait a minute, we're a nation of laws. So the problem, like I said, the question came up, I addressed it, and we're going to just tell a person who might be, let's say, from Islam, hey, you can't pray 5 times a day. Not here, because this is business. Now, if you want to do it on your own time, become a billionaire in your own way, pray 5 times, that's your right. That's your right if it's your corporation. But this corporation is in America. We're Americans, and this is the flow of our business, period. So,
hey,
right. Well, we respect them, but they can't dictate to us.
I got fired from Home Depot for taking too many cigarette breaks.
Oh, okay, but that's an excellent example. It's not conducive to the standard flow of business.
Exactly.
Right. Like I said, I didn't say religion. I didn't name the topic. You're taking a cigarette break, or these other people who are using the company computer to communicate with their friends on work during work time. It's like, doesn't matter what it is, if it's not conducive to the daily flow of business. Well, obviously you're hampering business.
Well, you've taken it from the macro to the micro, whereas it basically comes down to assimilation. You got to assimilate.
Yes.
Whether it be the country or the business you work for.
What's that, please?
You have to assimilate, whether it be.
Oh yes, because that's our standard business practices.
Exactly.
That's it. If they can't do that, they'll just have to find a company that, I guess, agrees with their beliefs. You can use the company computer half the day to communicate with your friends online, or cigarette break, or go pray 5 times a day, or anything aside from the standard business practices of that day. That, like I said, I agree with the law. It's just, see, that's why it's like I keep going back to that. Well, no, that's the law. That's what we have here. If they want to come here and like this one guy said, well, I want to pray 5 times a day, and they don't let me. Wait a minute, you came to this country. We're not going over there, You can't
Yeah,
hear.
they got the ACLU on their side.
Yeah, but I can argue with the ACLU, and I can support the ACLU. There's different issues.
I understand.
But if it comes down to is it law which incorporate individual rights, but it does not allow for changing the law based on the individual's beliefs. Right? I believe I can use the computer half of my work day to communicate with my friends. You know, no, you can't do that. You can't do that. I believe I should pray 5 times a day while I'm at work. No, you can't do that. I believe I should take a smoke break. No, you can't do that. You know, like it's the law. It's a foundation.
Right.
Right.
No, I understand what you're saying. And I think that's part of the reason why Trump was elected, is because people like you and me understand that this bullshit has gone on long enough.
Oh yeah. I'm tired of it. Yeah, it was basically a revolt. We started the business practices that politics as usual. I'm frustrated with it. I mean, I call Congress once a week. I tell them, hey, why don't you just toe in the line that you claimed you were going to toe the line? Trump's going to change it.
So Rhoda, what do you tell me? You are the FBI watch list now?
I probably am, but they can't get me on anything because hey, I got a basic clean record. Not really. I have a lot of speeding tickets when I used to ride motorcycles. That's another story. But no, I'm former military. I've been married. Wife, kids. I paid all my taxes. I worked in business. I was a businessman. So they can't really get me. I mean, I might be on the list, but I'm not afraid of it because it's like I'm sure they've looked into it. They got my phone number. Right?
Yeah, of course they did.
Oh yeah. But see, well, he's clean. He's just voicing his opinion, and it's like I talk to them like I talk to you all, right? I don't use obscenities. I don't threaten them or anything of that sort. I just tell them, hey, look, this is the problem that you did not fix, and I'm glad things are changing for the better. In spite of the fact that people disagree with Trump or his personality or his attitude, it doesn't matter. We just got to change something. And it's very important that we do it now versus, later, because that's what you were always saying before. We're going to change it now, and then they do it later. They didn't do anything. They haven't done anything.
They haven't done a thing.
Oh, yeah. But that's part of the machine. Like I said, that.
And can you believe this? This is how the Democrats don't understand. They just reelected Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, they did? I didn't know, but I heard it was coming up. I heard the vote was coming up. Yeah.
So they're still banking on that old ways.
Well, it hasn't turned a profit, and I guess they want to stay broke.
Oh well.
But hey, we'll see. We'll see. The day after President-elect Trump takes oath of office, we'll see what happens. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pushback from the establishment because they're still taking the bribes. So
of course, I mean, all you have to do is watch CNN or MSNBC every day to find out, to see that they're going to push back.
Oh yeah. That's the tough part. That's why my point has always been we got to vote out the brothel of fools. Congress, vote them all out. Get people in there who'll do the job for the citizenry instead of I guess grab their ankles for the money that's going to be put in their pocket.
Right.
That's the problem. Congress is critical. It's a critical link because they write the laws and they manage the money. The president can only submit a budget. That's it. That's submit a budget. In presidential powers, he has to submit a budget, and Congress has to approve it, and then the money gets basically passed out to whatever cause or law that's been instigated. That's it. That's how it works. I mean, yes, the president can declare war. Yes, the president has the right to issue executive orders. Yes.
Well, that's not necessarily true. The president cannot declare war. He has to go through Congress to get approval. However, there's only one branch of service that he can use without Congress's approval, and that's the Marine Corps.
Well, yes, but President Bush, 43, he went to war without congressional approval. Right, so they just circumvented that. He went to war first, and then he asked for support for it. And since the president obligated us, then Congress has to back it up. That's how that worked out. But I do agree with you. Yes, it's the Marines go in, last out. Yes, yes.
That's just lawyer speak. All right, I'll be back in a bit, Ronan.
Okay.
I'm still here, Ronan.
Okay, go ahead, buddy.
No, I was just listening to y'all and kind of chatting in the room. I got two clones in there, right? Or let's see, Buddy Wagner's girlfriend, and then it's showing me to be 465 pounds.
Yeah, you have a fan base. Congratulations, congratulations! You're one of the stars.
I guess I am. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, who knows? You know that this whole election thing. I'll just wrap it up with this. Ronan, I'm just glad that for once I feel like a candidate actually brought the real issues to the forefront to the people. The politicians never bring, each election year, I was always like, why are they not talking about A, B, C, D, E? And the issues and problems that I thought should be talked about because they didn't want it talked about.
Right.
They wanted to keep it hidden. And that's why I went with Trump. I have known about Trump for a lot of years. And, I'm not, there's no perfect candidate. I've never seen one. And, all the presidents had women problems, JFK, all those guys,
Yeah, but that's not part of the government process. Their personal lives, every one of them is imperfect. Yes, I agree.
I wish they would just leave that stuff alone, but they just.
Yep, I agree with you. But
I disagree. I remember when I was growing up and I first started to see the negative advertisement at election time. I hated that, man. I was like, why can't they just leave that stuff out of it? And in other words, if they have a bad personal life, I'd rather. It's kind of like this. I didn't agree with JFK, with his whole family as far as that goes, but I didn't agree with JFK's personal life. But I can't imagine growing up in his household. It probably was almost initiated to the children to be like that.
Well, yes, old Joe Kennedy. Yes, go ahead, please.
Exactly. And so, but for once, and I won't get off into whether I voted or not through the years. I'll leave that alone. I didn't never believe on voting for the lesser of two evils. I didn't believe in that either. So I don't know. Even though they were Republican, Democrat, I felt like they were all in bed with each other anyway for a long time now. And I just thought it was all part of the establishment, so to speak. So I didn't. I just feel like for once somebody's whether now, hey, only history will tell what he does and does not do. Right. But I just felt good that for once the real issues and problems that I've been faced with for 25 or 30 years now were actually brought to the forefront and discussed. I don't think that immigration would have ever been talked about in this election year if it was not for Trump.
Yes, I agree.
So those are the reasons and why I voted for Trump. I'm a firm believer in if you don't talk about the problem, damn sure ain't going to do anything about it.
Right. They don't go away. They linger.
Right. And I'm tired of the can being kicked down the road and hush, hush. I don't like this globalism thing. I want everything to stay as a sovereign nation. And I don't know. That's kind of, hold on just a second. I think, be right back. Hold on a minute.
Go ahead, mic out.
Yeah. My wife's taking my mother to the doctor, so. But anyway, that's the way I see it all.
No, I agree with you. Before it was the establishment. If we don't say anything, they don't know. And Trump did bring it up, and people started to pay attention to it, and that's where all that fervor just started to basically create that groundswell. And like I said, that's the way it basically panned out. Now the hard part starts the day after he takes office, because all that pushback from the establishment is still going to be there.
Oh, probably.
They're still going to want to kick the can down the road, as you say.
Yeah.
Well put, by the way. That's well put. Yes, and that's like, and that's what. Man, I don't see. I see some of the ideas, being addressed, but not all of them. And which are going to be addressed, which are going to be avoided. That's, I don't know. That'll, like you pointed out, but that'll be a matter of history. So we'll find out.
Yeah, and yeah, history will tell. Yeah, and the other thing that I was amazed at is that these million and billionaires, I've always felt that they were disconnected anyway. Their world is not the world of the normal. I don't know if I want to say blue collar worker or the normal American. Or the normal citizen. I just felt like they were just disconnected. They didn't even really. I don't even know if they realized, for example, I can take Hillary's husband, Bill. I don't know if he realizes what the hell him and Al Gore actually, I'm not saying he wrote the policy, but he approved it and passed it. I have witnessed every day of my life what NAFTA did. I have watched these people come in and lose their jobs. Why? Because I was in all these industries. I watched and experienced and had to live, each one of these factories and corporations closing up, and watched these people devastated for the last 25, 30 years. And so I think they're disconnected. Either they don't want to know or they don't give a shit, one or the other. But the devastation that NAFTA alone, without any other problems, immigration or anything, if I just take NAFTA, Ross Perot was trying to tell us that it was all a scam in the beginning. And
yes, he was right.
You damn right he was right. I remember I watched that interview again because I couldn't remember the details of it. So I found it on YouTube and I watched it again. It was exactly the way I thought it was. Who the hell in Mexico is going to buy any damn thing? They don't have any money. They're going to bring it back here and sell it right back to us, So it was all a lie. It was foreign interest first, America last, just like every one of these other damn deals. Yeah. And I don't know if I'm saying it right, but the way that I label that is the globalist. They're trying to get this global thing going on because the rich only care about the rich. They don't give a damn about the, the way I see it is America came out of farming into manufacturing, and that's what built America. That's the way I see it. That's my life, and what my life experiences told me from what I saw going on around me, wherever I may be at that time. So I saw America coming out of farming when I was basically born, and then into manufacturing. It was flourishing for 40 years. And then all of a sudden it can't exist here anymore. Why? It doesn't make any sense. Why can it not flourish here like it did? It's because they've been selling us out.
Yes.
And that's my big thing right there. And it slightly ties into immigration, not much. The immigration thing to me is really totally separate because I've worked with foreigners all my life. I grew up with them, every nationality. I will tell you that I have had an issue with the French and the Japanese probably more than most people in the industries. They kind of just think that they're smarter than everybody else. They talk down to you. And so I've had a problem with the French and the Japanese. I guess if I had to label it, I would say I had most difficulty with their personalities, as opposed to the other nationalities that I've worked with. Man, I can remember even the people from India, every Middle Eastern country. I've worked with all of them. They loved it in America. They weren't terrorists. You know, I realized this big labeling thing going on. You know, like Trump sometimes doesn't know how to say things, and then they'll just nail his ass for it.
Yes, but
he's not what they really think. I will tell you that Trump had a bad problem with the Muslims buying that building down there in New York after the World Trade Centers got hit, and then the Muslims moved in and bought that building right there at the foot of the Twin Towers. I can't remember the name of the building.
Yeah, I think it was like just one block over.
Yeah,
yeah. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have to say, laws versus personal versus right or wrong. You know, number one, come on, guys. Don't. I think they really did it on purpose. I don't know the details, so I may be wrong. I feel like they did that on purpose. On the other side of the fence, I see it perfectly okay that people were offended by that. And Trump, I remember there was a big thing going on. I heard about it here in North Carolina. You know, I was pissed. So Trump was trying to buy that building to stop it. I didn't agree with that. It was probably more personal than anything else. And I also know that Saudi Arabia was involved in that 911 shit. So I don't want to get off into that as a totally different subject. But, you know, for the most part, I never had a problem with Muslims. But this new thing going on, I say lock it down and get control.
Yes, but the money, it's the money. It's like I say, if they come in here and they got the money, they're the highest bidder, so it goes to them. So that's like, you know, that causes the problems.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I guess, so what I'm saying is, from the forefront of all of these issues, let's take care of it where it starts, so we don't have all these downstream ripple effect problems, and everybody can be happy, and, you know, life can go on. But, you know, that's being a little bit too, there's always going to be problems and issues because of everybody's viewpoint on everything. But I just feel like, for the most part, that we've got borders. I'd like them enforced, and, you know, don't let people in here that do have problems come and make it, you know, bad on people that aren't doing anything wrong, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, no, that's a good point. Like I said, it goes back to what I supported, right? The people come in, you know, they're not citizens, but they register, and that way we have a way to track them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another sideline plus.
Yeah.
Right. The witness would be the government. We know where they are. We know what they're doing. We know who they're working for.
Yep. And you know what else too, Ronan? And I've one-on-one experienced this. I tell you what, I'll talk about the closest and most immediate issue. You know, that this happens to be Mexicans. I don't care who it is, but this happens to be Mexicans. One thing I do, it ticks me off. I see what they've done with the commercial buildings. I remember when I owned and operated my automotive repair shop, I could not do the things that they're getting away with. The city would not allow me to do it. In other words, put these little metal buildings on the outside of the building for an extra stall to work on a car. They'd never let me do that. It wouldn't pass code. And I see every one of those guys getting away with that stuff. The other thing is what really ticks me off. Okay, so I live in the immediate area. It's a single family home area. These Mexicans, man, there's like 5 fucking families living in there, and they're getting away with it. It pisses me off.
Yep. And the law is allowing it because the law is in cahoots with the business people that hire them.
Yes. The corrupt part of it.
The machine is the problem, not the people.
Yes, I totally agree. Now, I do agree with that. So I guess the way that I would take that conversation would be to say, let's take the machine before we crank it up, and let's make sure all the spark plugs are in place and all the wires and the oil's been changed. Let's get the machine running a little bit tighter and try to prevent some of these issues and problems.
Yeah, but the machine seems to be going off road in any direction it wants to go, and that's where our problems lie. The machine does not want to do it, but because they're getting all that money in their pockets. Myself, like I said, I think we should just vote them all out of office. Start fresh, get people in there who are willing to do the job of representing the citizenry, and we can get things done. But the way it's established and all that big money is backing that machine up so they can get the benefits of cutting corners, right? That's where the problem lies. So like I said, I voted, so that's all I could do is vote. Well, I call them up, but that's another story.
Yeah, I see this guy Richard in the room. He's saying poor people living like shit pisses Buddy off. That's not what I just said, Richard. I'm saying, why do we not all have to live by the same standard? That's what I'm saying. Why is it easier? And hey, I can even vouch for that in another way too, Ronan. My wife, being a foreigner, qualifies for all kinds of stuff. You got no idea that I could be capitalizing on that stuff. But the Americana in me is like, well, you know what? Wow, that ties into some other things back when I went to college. I couldn't get any help when I went to college, so I had to work at a trucking dock at night to pay my way through college. And I saw all the foreigners get everything gave to them. They were driving brand new cars. The grants paid for everything for free. They didn't have to pay it back. And back then, a normal American citizen could not get the same help. Now, it's probably changed now. I think it has. There's a lot of grants out there. I see a lot of people I know getting those grants as opposed to when I was going to college. I'm just saying, in a nutshell, I'm saying I just want everybody to have to abide by the same thing. They won't let me pack my family members in this house above what it's designed to a comfortable living standard. Why can they do it?
Because they're breaking the law and you won't.
Right. And that, this Richard guy in the room, I just happened to look in the chat. Let me see. The reason, Buddy, is the Mexicans probably can't pay any fines is the realistic answer. No, that's not. But anyway, I won't get off into remarks in the chat, but it has nothing to do with them being poor pisses me off. That is anti what I'm saying. I'm saying I want everybody to have a better life if it's possible. I don't know that it can all come from the same money source, but it just ticks you off when you bust your ass all these years and you have to follow certain rules and you see them just come over here. And look, I'm not going to lie about it. I know what they're doing. They're sitting here getting all these free benefits. They're working under the table for these paint companies and all these subcontractors. It's not just the farmers, Ronan. They're all working for all these subcontracting jobs that they can lay below the radar, not report their money. And now these people, and what they do is you'll have one person that starts like I'll speak here locally of just one particular deal. So this guy comes over here from Mexico. He opens up a paint company. He's laundering all these Mexicans in here, promising he'll get their families here. And now he's had to take off back to Mexico because the FBI was on his ass. But he opens up a paint company and lets all these illegals work for him under the table and houses them in that house on the bottom level of the home. You know, I mean, it just goes on and on and on. But it ticks me off that we all don't have to live by the same standard, I guess. And I guess you could say that's the machine or the tail end of the problem, because if that problem was taken care of at the border, it wouldn't be in the neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, clearly.
So that I just want it to be taken care of at the border. Let them come here. Let them apply to come here. I know the process. I had to do it. But there are different visas now. I mean, there's a lot of visas. You got K5s, K3s, K1s, work visas. You've got all these different visas. There's all different standards for every one of those. I can tell you this. If I go to try to get one of my wife's family members here that is not immediate family, it takes 25 years. So I understand the process, but the people that have done it right, don't you think that's a real kick in their teeth for them just to walk over here and just and get everything? And here's my other problem with that too. God, this subject could go on and on, man. But for them to be illegal and get money out of a organization, or how do I say it? For them to receive benefits and stuff off the taxpayers' dollars when they're not putting anything into that system, that is wrong. That is wrong, in my opinion. The federal government's been sponsoring these sanctuary cities and funding them for these illegals. Man, that's wrong. In my opinion, that's wrong. It's like, hey, we know you're breaking the law. We know you're illegal. Come to our city and we'll protect you because the federal government's giving us all the money to be able to do it. You know? Am I wrong there or not?
No, you got a point. Go ahead. I'm listening to you. I mean, you're phrasing it well. Yeah, but that's the way it was set up. That's what I'm saying. That's the way it was set up.
That's the machine you're talking about.
That's right. Absolutely right. That machine is the problem. We got to fix the machine. Well, I'd rather replace it, but like I said, it's hard to do because many constituents in different parts of the country support their legislator because the legislator is promising them something, and then when they get to the brothel fools, right, they turn right around and they say, well, now I'm part of the machine. Who cares about the constituent? Who cares? They go back on their words, and that's been a problem. And I'm thinking, well, Trump, at least if he doesn't get anything done per se, he'll keep bringing attention to the issues, and the constituents will be fed up to the point that they vote out those people, maybe a little at a time. I'd like it all at once, but then I'm just really dreaming because, like I said, the constituents get what they want in terms of monies coming from the federal government to fix their roads or build corporations or support the businesses that they work in. And that's where, like I said, it gets all fuzzy for everyone.
Right. You know why? I'm not saying some crazy nut now. And all of these little Black Lives Matters and George Soros funded stuff, all of those things. I'm not saying some crazy nut's not going to try to kill him. What I am saying is what I consider the shadow government, the war industrial complex, and all of that stuff. I think Trump's okay in that area because he wants to build the military, unlike JFK that wanted to shut everything down when the CIA and the mob was in bed with each other back then in the 50s and 60s. You know, I finally, all these years later, you know, I actually watched the interview to who I believe gave JFK the headshot. His name was James Files. and he was part of training the Bay of Pigs, and he was pissed at Kennedy anyway. But he was in bed with the mob and the CIA. And back then it was Frank Sturgis and what's that guy's name that was in charge of the CIA back then that hired all these mob guys. Anyway.
Well, go ahead.
But I guess what I'm saying is, the more I've sat back and thought about what Trump has done for all the areas and why there were so many organizations and so many people wanting to kill JFK for a lot of different reasons, I think Trump's okay in that area because he wants to build the military. He doesn't want to tear it down. And, you know, that's a big money thing. There's no telling who's got their fingers in all of that stuff. But, you know, so I think he's okay in that high order way of anybody wanting to hire him to be assassinated. In those ways, I think he's okay. He's wanting to build the industrial war complex up. And so that's money for all those people. That's big money. And so I think he's okay in those areas too.
Well, yeah, but it's like it goes back to it. It goes back to it. The pushback from the machine.
Yes.
That's what, even if, like I said, even if Trump does not get anything, the fact that it'll be constantly calling it out and the media will be covering it.
I agree.
They can't ignore the problem.
At least he brought it to the forefront to be discussed and made the American people aware that someone running for office up there for a change was aware and did bring the actual problems back to the people. That I have to give him credit for. Because I tell you, man, if he wouldn't have ran for president, you would have never heard immigration discussed this election year. It would not have even been a talking point. To the best that I can see.
Well, yes, but you're not blind man, buddy. You know, we know what's going on.
That's why he got all those votes.
They don't have to care, buddy. They don't have to care. Okay.
Right.
They're already in office and they're already getting their pockets lined with all that donor money.
I think that's why Trump got so many votes. People are just damn sick and tired of it, man.
People, they crossed the aisle, so to speak. A lot of people, you know, Democrats went over and supported Trump by voting for him because they're just frustrated with the establishment. I am too. I am too. But it's like one of those things. If enough people were to realize it, things could change rapidly. But it's difficult because, you know, it's not that they're isolated. It's just that in their local areas, they get support from the government or their employer, or just the fact that they have a certain constituency that leans one way is great. The difference is when that legislator gets into that brothel of fools, they forget the constituency. Who cares about that? I'm getting paid. I'm making money now. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not out in the open. You know, I mean, they're not taking bribes in public, but they're, you know, getting favors a little bit here, a little bit there, and the machine keeps moving on with all that money that's going in there, and that money that's going in there does not want to support the citizens. It wants to support itself.
Right. And this lobbyist thing and special interest group thing, I was appalled and you know, those are the things that they kind of kept real hidden too, that only the people in DC. I spent a lot of time in DC, close to the Capitol there growing up. That's where my grandparents lived, 6 blocks from the Capitol. So I was, all of my aunts and uncles, they worked all up there in the Smithsonian Institute and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I kind of saw what things were like in DC. I want to stick to one subject, the special interest groups and the lobbyists. I was appalled to find out, and these are the things that the American people never knew either, because they weren't connected in that way. I was appalled to think that most of these people that hold office, when they leave office, they go be part of the corruptness that's selling the country out to line their pockets. Getting these things passed that's not for America. I was appalled to learn that.
Well, yeah, yeah. You know, it's like well, NAFTA and everything else. Well, NAFTA was just something clear and quite evident for everyone to see. Okay,
Yeah.
but all along, without really noticing or it being brought out by the press, it's like, well, why do they call it the Rust Belt now, right? Why are all of these automotive jobs going overseas? Because the employer wants to save what 10, 20 cents, you know, and they could just get it, you know, cheap labor, and the 10, 20 cents is just on the part.
Yeah.
But not, it doesn't include the taxes that they would have paid in to the general fund here in America, right? Because we discussed that, right? The employee pay half each on the FICA taxes.
Yes. Now you just hit on another problem. So when all of this stuff first started happening from NAFTA, the talk of the town, I'll just leave it in that broad statement. The talk of the town was, oh, they're going over there for that cheap labor. So I heard that for about 10 or 15 years. And slowly but surely, it started to sink in with me. It's not about that. It's not about the cheap labor at all. That's a part of it. But what it really is, they've made it impossible for them to operate here. So they're having, as a last result, to go to that cheap foreign labor.
Well, yeah, but like Richard Garnash over here making a fool of himself again, but he's got a real pretty voice, I'll tell you that. Right, 20 cents, say 20 cents at a part, yeah. But how about, like I said, the money's paid in via taxes,
right,
from the employers. That's where this guy is so short-sighted, because he's got a pretty voice and he wants to talk stupid all the time.
Right,
that's where he's so short-sighted, right? That he basically doesn't understand what he's talking about. No wonder he's living in Thailand.
Yeah.
It's stupid to live here and realize what's going on.
And you know, the other thing that intrigued me too about Trump's philosophy, I think I was watching one of his rallies. One thing that I've always in business thought that was terrible was to involve too many things in a contract. And boy, that is what these foreign countries hope and pray for. This TPP thing.
Yep.
They want to all get in there and make it so complicated that they're the ones coming on top that no one else understands, probably not even the people that's working for us here. In other words, whether it's done intentional or not, don't do that. Take one trade deal at a time and make sure it's proper for this country. Don't go into these conglomerate where everybody's coming out ahead except for America.
Well, yeah, I think the reason they make those contracts so complex is that they build in a lot of loopholes.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Right. Yep. You know, even if they were to modify it, you know, they would modify the parts, you know, to the point where the loopholes are still in there, or they include more loopholes.
Right.
You know, it's called, well, they call it gaming the system, or they're gaming a contract. That's basically what they're doing.
Right. So I really enjoyed hearing him talk about that. And boy, did I agree with that too. So I just, you know, make that deal, you know, and agree upon a deal, and make that other deal, make that. But these people that are wanting to tie all this stuff together and doesn't give a shit about, you know, man, there's a reason why I just got the loose term half of America. I don't know what the number is. All these numbers are fake anyway, is what I call politician numbers. This unemployment rate and all this other stuff, that is a lie. I know it even on a local realm. Those numbers, I'll speak for myself. When I was in between jobs, I wasn't even part of that number because I wasn't drawing unemployment, and I was out of work. So see, that's a lying politician number. The numbers are a lot higher than what you ever hear about. So when I say half of America's out of work, come on, people.
Yep.
Give me a break. Get these fucking companies back. That's what the fucking problem is. We have to make revenue in this house.
Right. Right.
We got to make the money here.
Yeah, we can make the goods, products here, ship them overseas. The money comes back here, and it helps our economy grow considerably. But for the fact that, like I said, the brothel foods is basically owned by foreign companies and local investors with a lot of money that want to invest their monies in foreign corporations, try to make cheaper parts. But like this Richard Garnash is too short-sighted because he's got a pretty voice.
Yeah.
To realize the other side of it, he can't figure out the equation because he's looking on one side of it.
Right.
Whatever he imagines erroneously, that the problem, he doesn't get it. But that's fine. I mean, that's fine. There's plenty of them people that listen to his pretty voice, but they're all being misled by his ignorance.
Yeah.
But like I said, I just pointed it out. That's only one example. That's only one example that I can cite. But I mean, just for the sake of our conversation, because I would rather listen to you. Yes, you do have a point. But see, I also see that a lot of people are really, really busy, right? It's like, well, myself, right? When I was a businessman, my focus was on the family and doing my job. And if I invested some time into studying politics, well, that's all I got, right? After the fact, retired, well, I can invest more time, obviously do more in-depth research. And, well, okay, I know more details now. I know why that happens. I know how it happens.
Right.
And I can, well, we basically outlined the whole problem here. We can go into the details, obviously, but it's not really necessary here because, we're not doing statistical work here. But we do understand the problems. Yeah, you save 20 cents on a part, but that's only 20 cents. That's a small part of the big equation.
Yeah.
And the big
I even think, Ronan, that that's kind of an ambiguous rap. For example, these cheaper parts, well, I'll just stick to the automotive industry. They have gotten better now, but I remember when I had my automotive repair shop, and it was a top shop in this city too. I remember when AutoZone and Advanced Auto Parts first came into play, boy, did that cause me a problem. These people were coming in saying, oh, I can get that part cheaper down here at Advanced Auto Parts. And I was like, go ahead and give it your best shot, because I can't offer you any service factor because those parts are too cheap.
Right.
Man, the alternators, anything they were making at that time when they first came in, it's a lot better now. So when you talk about saving 20 cents on a part, yeah, but look at the downstream issues and problems from them saving 20 cents a part caused a lot of other problems that, in my opinion, overrode the initial savings on 20 cents a part.
Yep, it's a short-term gain over long-range profit.
It caused me a world of shit, man.
Yeah, the reliability issue gets thrown out the window because they want to cut corners.
In a small way, I'll just give an example of what I'm talking about. So I had a mechanic, and I'll just speak of one mechanic. So I can remember one day I said, okay, I'll tell you what. And then I started going, maybe I can put on their part and not give them a warranty and just let them get their way and everybody be happy. Well, I kind of knew better, but I kind of rode with that for a while when they first came into play. So now I've got a mechanic putting on a bad alternator 9 times in a row. I can remember one day this stuck in my mind. 9 different alternators I had my mechanic put on this car before we got a good one. And I pulled those parts apart myself and checked them on the bench. I don't know how they ever even worked. They were cheap as hell. I wouldn't put them on my son's go-kart. But anyway, so what was I faced with? I was faced with labor for that mechanic in a reality world 9 different times on installing an alternator.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of labor time. But
and so finally I said, okay, that's it. I can't deal with this anymore. Well, I happen to have a friend of mine's father that was a manager of one of the auto zones that came in. And he made me a deal with corporate. I think I was the only one that actually had that deal to my knowledge. But he said, I've cleared it with corporate. We feel good enough about what we're selling to offer you. He said, if you put on a bad part, we will pay for that part and your mechanic's labor to put it back on one time and one time only. And
now
I said,
that's backing up the product. Now that's backing up your products.
That's backing up the product. But running that was the it's because I knew him personally on a personal level, and he went and dealt with corporate for me on a personal level, and told them, because I was selling. Hey man, I had a top shop, so my parts were minimum of $40,000 a month, you know, in just parts. So see, I was a big account for them. So he went and talked to corporate, and they backed that for a while, and I was kind of okay with that, but I still had a problem in offering a good warranty behind that bad part.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know what? To me, what's even worse is the fact that well, the customer doesn't know, right? You put a part on there, right? Let's say it works. Okay. He drives off, right? A day later, it breaks down. Who is the first person they're going to blame? You or the manufacturer?
They're going to look right at you and point the finger at you.
Yep.
That was my big saying down there. Do you really think the customer's going to look in the mirror and point at themselves for making this bad decision when I tried to tell them not to? No, they're going to blame us, man.
Right.
So anyway, you know, wow, Ronan, I could go on and on about all this stuff, but anyway,
you got 3 more hours.
You see the downstream problems though.
Oh yeah, like that. We're outlining them because I understand exactly what you're saying, but obviously I'm pointing out, you know, the different aspects of it from a slightly different perspective.
Right, and that
business flow. Yeah,
the world that you discuss, to be quite honest about it, is probably what I understand the least. So I try to base my opinions, and I'll just say my vote as far as the election year, on what I have experienced in my life without listening to any propaganda, anybody else's opinion, what I have actually lived myself and put together for myself off what I consider factual. And that's why I voted for him, you know.
I mean, so, you have practical, hands-on, real life experience behind you, but you do realize that what I'm pointing out, it fits right in. I mean, hand to glove,
right,
with what you experience. Right? They're going to blame you.
Yeah,
they're not going to blame the manufacturer.
You know, another thing, Ronan, I just happened to look in the room and I see this guy saying, "So is competition bad, buddy? What is your point?" Now, it never ceases to amaze me.
Talking about, buddy, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, well, it never ceases to amaze me the different points of view, Ron, and which also is a rude awakening for me and keeps me kind of in check. So I guess that guy can hear me.
Right.
I think competition is wonderful.
I can agree.
Yeah.
Competition is not bad at all. But if we're talking a level field where you have 2 suppliers.
Exactly. A level playing field. That's all I'm asking for.
Telling you
said it perfect. That's right. Exactly. But it has to start with a good part. Okay.
Right. Let's say you got 2 suppliers, right? Both of them. Well, you mentioned alternators. Okay, let's go with that.
Right.
Right. Both of them.
Richard is that guy's name, Ronan. Hey, Richard, I see your question there. No, I'm just asking, what is your point? That's my point of view, Richard. I'm just asking for a level playing field so I can sponsor the things that are important to me and the customer as far as the part discussion I had.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like it was a fair playing field, and I couldn't sponsor the things that. I don't know why that happened, but anyway.
I think he's got his YouTube page unmuted. I don't know that much about these computers, but I have realized if they don't mute their YouTube page, you get that feedback. But he'll get around to it. He's a smart computer guy. But
What's
like
up,
I
Ronan
said,
Dozier?
hey, what's up? Bye bye. No, like I was saying, buddy, if it comes down to you have two suppliers, right? And both of them make identical parts. They're just as reliable, and there's no problem. They both have a warranty. You can issue a warranty, and it goes from there. That's the level playing field. But if a customer comes in and says, well, this part, they're identical parts, but this part, it cost me $10 more, right? And then you tell them, well, it's going to last 10 years longer. And they're going to have, the customer's going to have to decide, well, I'm going to go to the cheap one because I want to save $10. Right. But like I said, it all comes back to blaming you if the part goes bad. The customer's not really that aware of it, doesn't realize it. And if it came down to it, the part breaks down in 2 days flat versus 20 years later, he should have spent the extra $10 and you could have said, well, yeah, you got a warranty on this other one. Yeah, it cost you $10 more, but it lasts 10 times longer, and then, well, they said, no, I'm going to go cheap. Well, I can't give you a warranty. Well, why not? Well, because I can't give you a warranty. The parts aren't reliable. That's not a level playing field, right? But like I said, it really goes back down to you, the vendors. Well, not the vendor, the actual the mechanics, right? And they're blaming you, the mechanics, your shop, and everybody else because that customer made the mistake of not realizing the worthwhile investment, right? The $10 extra plus the warranty, and the part would have lasted, and everything would have been just fine. But they don't want to do that. And like you said, it's not a level playing field. I agree with you.
Yeah. I'm trying to multitask now. I'm gonna stop this. I'm just anyway, okay. Richard. If you can hear me, Richard, I'm not a great multitasker in this way because I have to concentrate on what I'm talking about. I see your points in the chat room. I see your points, but
he doesn't understand what it means. That last post, of course, he doesn't understand what it means. He's just talking nonsense to get attention. That's what it comes down to. If it came down to a real discussion about the details you and I just shared, right? He'd be changing topics. I know this guy. He always changes topics, but he's got a pretty voice. He's got a pretty voice. Doesn't know what he's talking about, but it's a real pretty voice.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It got down into, he said something about buying bulk, at Walmart or whatever.
He doesn't understand what he's talking about. He just got
what, maybe I can say it.
Richard?
Go ahead.
Who, Richard?
Yeah, Richard Garnash.
Yeah, Richard is probably not understanding the things that I've said. But anyway, I guess if I had to relate to what he said, it would be if you're going to buy bulk, then give me half American products and half foreign products at a similar price and let me make a choice. It maybe is the way I would say it, maybe. With the same backing behind the product. And to me, that's fair competition.
Right. A level playing field.
Level playing field.
That's
exactly.
That's it. But it's like, but put it this way: if you want to have fun with him, that's it. But if you're going to let him overwhelm you with some simple question that really gets nothing accomplished, forget it.
Yeah, I just feel like
he does have a pretty voice.
Yeah, I feel like the scales in real life have been tilted towards foreign interest and not for this country. And to me, that's just, it's so far out of whack now. I mean, I can speak for this company I've been working for here recently in extrusion. We make have you been to Home Depot or Lowe's and seen your composite boards that lifetime guarantee? I think one of the companies is Trex One and Fiberon.
Well, no, I haven't dealt with those parts, but go ahead, please.
Well, my point is that it's one of the few industries that we actually, they're very expensive. Most blue collar workers can't even afford this stuff, but it's got a lifetime. It never rots out, the whole ball of wax. I worked on all the machinery that made this stuff. Anyway, it looks like real wood, but it's composite. and it lasts forever. All you got to do is pressure wash it every now and then. Thank God that, that's one industry that I feel that will stay local for a number of different reasons. There's several other industries too that have to stay local and cannot go abroad because they have to be like approved through FDA.
Yeah.
And so that kind of keeps them here. But then you have this corrupt stuff going on, and the pharmaceutical companies have their lobbyists and special interest guys buying the politicians and selling us out. So that's another corrupt thing, not keeping a level playing field for the regular American citizen. And there's no competition there. So, in other words, keep the prices down so we can afford the good stuff if you can, But anyway, wow, it becomes so complex, in my opinion, when you don't take care of it where it starts, which I guess I could tie right back to the border, on immigration or whatever. Take care of these problems where they start. The corrupt deal that you made with NAFTA in 1992, Al Gore and Bill Clinton, damn it, let's renegotiate it. It's not good, man,
Yeah, well, President-elect Trump did touch on that point, and maybe he can get something done with that. And TPP, the problem.
What the politicians never tell the American people is, well, number one, they won't even bring the real issue back to the people because they don't want you to know what they really did.
Right.
And that's because it was corrupt what they did, and they freaking know it because they got their Swiss bank accounts filled up. That's why.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're offshoring pallets of money.
Yeah, and, they don't want to talk about it because they don't want to be exposed. But, wow, man. I guess, politics, religion, and somebody's wife, man, it goes on forever and a day. But I just want some of them. They can argue about all these other little things from now till doomsday. I couldn't give a shit. Democrat, Republican, their beliefs or whatever. I think they're all in bed with each other anyway. I don't even know that I believe in those two parties anymore. I just want somebody to be fighting for this sovereign nation for a change.
Yeah, and the way Trump seems to be approaching it, by using the media, mass communication.
Yeah,
I think that'll change something because people are beginning to focus on those ideas versus listening to all the promises and then just moving on thinking, well, we can trust them. You can't trust them. You can't trust them, not for a moment.
Yeah, and this corrupt media always trying to just set the narrative where the American people never even hear the real unbiased issues to even voice, to even come up with a decision on how they feel about it. They want to change the way you hear about any things that you do hear about.
Right. They kind of control the media, right? It's not so much that they actually control it by saying something to the media. It's just the misinformation that they release to the media.
Yeah, it's crazy. But anyway, that's my outlook on all that stuff. And as far as the wall and, foreigners, man, hey, I'm married to a foreigner. So trust me, I'm not, I've spent all of my life pretty much on an equal mix of, every nationality that exists right here, because where did they go when they got here, Ronan? They went into the factories where I was working. So I've been with all of these people for all my life. Hell, I can go back to my father being raised on a farm. They had a black maid he said he loved her like his second mama. Treated him just like, he said he loved that woman just about like he loved his mama. And said she was real good to him and all. So, I mean, it has nothing to do with prejudice or any of this stuff. man, we just got to get a handle on this. It's getting out of hand. And then on top of that, you have the terrorism. You know, everybody wanting to change what the nation was built upon. They don't respect our way of life here. If you don't respect it, get out.
Right. I mean, they have a right to assimilate and follow our laws, but they have
Go
no
back
right
to your
change
way
the
of life.
nation.
Why did? Yeah, my question is, why did you come here then? Oh, you came here to cause trouble. I got you. You want to burn our flags. You want to, you know, us to convert to, you know, your way of life. You know, it's Allah and this, that, and blah, blah, blah. No, that's okay. I think I'm okay the way we have it here. You know, I think it's a little better than what I would have if I went to your country. So no, I don't want to change it. You know,
I agree.
and I've lived in the other countries. That is my opinion from actually living it, being there, seeing their corrupt dictatorships, seeing how, even though it's not a dictatorship in their country now, I'll take the Philippines. I spent a lot of time in the Philippines. It's not dictatorship since what's his name, Marco, got out of there or whatever. It's not dictatorship anymore, but and that new president they have over there, by the way, is kicking ass. He's trying to get the corruption out over there and deal with the Muslim terrorists and all that. But they're still monopolizing. It's still dirty as hell. The mayor was monopolizing the steel industry, the da-da-da-da-da. No dictatorship, but the corruption's still there. So now they're starting to they got somebody in there to try to get some of that corruption out. But no, give me America all day long with all of its problems. It's still better than what you got here.
Yeah, but now we have our own a new leader, and I want him to get the corruption out of here. I mean, they'll have to deal with it over there. That's fine.
Do you feel that Obama was always making excuses for America? I do.
Well, yeah.
In other words, we needed to say we're sorry and we won't do it again instead of saying, wait a minute.
There's a difference between diplomacy and being a wimp.
Right. In the early days, I thought he was a wimp. But as it
still a wimp.
The more it manifested itself, I question his actual motives.
Nah, he was trying to get it all kumbaya when people don't want to listen to the tune in the first place. The machine does not care.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I believe in that. The machine does not care. I agree with that. You know, it's like I tell my wife sometimes, I don't feel good, you know, and all of these statements, you know, or, you know, I just don't feel like doing that right now. The world doesn't give a shit, hon. We got to do it. You know, we have to do it or else this is what's going to happen. And that, you know, yeah. Boy, that machine thing, it's a cold machine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It only warms up to the money.
Yes, it only runs well when it's, yeah, that's exactly right.
But it runs counter to what we need as a nation.
Yeah. You know, I think Trump understands his perception, which is pretty close to the way I see it, the perception of what was making America great. You know, everybody was working in the middle class. Boy, I will say this too, as far as being in third world and other countries. If you'll notice, they have no middle class.
Right.
And that's why everybody's got these little stores popped up with little tin roofs selling fish and Cokes and chips and their little adobo and all of their little things in their country because there's no middle class.
That's the direction we're heading in currently.
Yes,
but,
I totally agree. They're trying to just rob our middle class.
Yeah, maybe it'll change within the next 4 years, at least a little bit. I mean, it's not going to be completely righted, right? It won't be in the best direction, right, but it'll kind of, to a degree, move towards that.
Yeah, I heard a statement the other day of a guy, and he's only 50% right in what he was saying. He was saying, yeah, Trump wants to bring all the manufacturing back, he's saying, but I got news for him. Everything's gone to the technology now where they don't even need the people. That is not a true statement.
That's right.
There's still people needed in every one of these factories, not just the programmers. The
Right.
technology has gotten it well, because that's what I do. I also program. I program robots and everything else. So I know both sides of it. You still have to have those people there. So,
Buddy, you're a robotics programmer?
program robotics with a ladder logic. I was in the first 2 years of programming back in the late 80s.
Man, that's what I was going to school for, but I dropped out.
Oh, really? Well, now there's different types of programming. For the most part, and I haven't written a program. As far as writing programs, I have not written a program in at least 20 some years. But when I went to college for that, I was writing ladder logic programs.
Should it not be fairly the same right now?
What industries are you speaking of?
The programming.
Well, no, but programming for what?
For robotics.
For robotics, yeah, okay. Well, it's getting a little more. Okay, so here's the deal with the programming. They teach you in college, how to program, how to write your own program using ladder logic and all of the things that go along with that. Now, when I got out into the industries working, you find that, whoa, they won't let you even touch it. In other words, it's copywritten and protected by the manufacturer of the programs that they're running in their drives and their VFD drives and everything else. So, for example, I'll speak for now, the new PowerFlex Allen Bradleys. Hey, man, they got it now to where you just pull off the display, go to another drive, upload it to the display, and then bring the whole facial display back to the drive and download it into the new PowerFlex that you're installing. So you never even have to get into the programming side of it. When I was in the die casting industry, I had to troubleshoot using the ladder logic every single day because you didn't figure out what was wrong with those machines without tying into the PLCs. So I guess what I would say to you is, if you're getting into the programming, you're going to have to get with one of the manufacturers that's writing the programs for the most part. I'm not saying now. An example of what I'm talking about, and I won't get too wrapped up in this, but an example about what I'm talking about a month and a half ago, we had a big 30 horsepower motor go out on this big dust collector outside of the plant. So we built a room on the outside to protect this big PowerFlex Allen Bradley drive that we installed. And then we had to program into that drive what horsepower motor, what your hertz are, what your voltage is running the motor, which in this case was 460. And those types of things, but not getting into the actual ladder logic of the programming side of it. That basically was already under your subcategories. So wrapping it all up in a nutshell, my advice to you, if you want to do that, you have to get with a manufacturer of the machine. For example, if you're building I don't know, whatever industry it is.
But you have to have a background in robotics engineering or something, right?
Well, my associate's degree is in robotics, which was at the time when it first came out was labeled packaging engineering, but it was the latest automated, high automation, robotics is what it translated to. And then later on, they started calling the course robotics. But when it first came out, it was considered packaging engineering. In other words, it was the time era you were coming out of working on the big bulk textile machinery and all the, Yeah, and it was getting into the highly automated equipment, running bottles for Procter and Gamble or the Coca-Cola company. You know, they were into the more fine precision parts and a little bit more complex programming and ladder logic behind running that stuff. So if you're going to school for that, I don't know how much I want to say on the net, but anyway, I'll go this far. So my son is in aeronautical engineering back here at Honda Jet, and he's going to be wrapping it up before long. But man, you know, I almost would steer you in a direction like that, because if you don't get with one of the manufacturers that are actually building the machines to sell to the different industries, you're
I wouldn't mind
probably
working for Tesla though. I wouldn't mind working for Tesla or, like you said, Honda, because Honda does robotics also.
Correct. Yes. So, you know, so for example, I'll take this extrusion company I've been working with here lately. Into the PLCs and see what's wrong with the machine out on the floor. But I'm not actually writing a program. I'm using the ladder logic to tell me, hey, that limit switch right there, or that pressure switch, or whatever is in that rung. In other words, I'm troubleshooting with the ladder logic, but I'm not writing any programs. So my advice to you is, if you stay in that with the way things have gotten now, you probably need to work for one of the manufacturers.
Yeah, because right now I do programming, but I do more like web development.
Correct. That's a whole. That's why I asked you what industry, because that is a whole different programming process. And I'll give you another aspect. We had what we call the Northwoods, and what that does, there was 6 machine heads that would come down with end mills, basically, and it would cut out the square holes in the rails for the big composite boards and everything to be attached to these rails. You know, they come in a kit for your deck. So instead of having a wood deck, you've got this complete kit that they put together. And these 6 heads, anyway, these 6 heads came down and made the holes in the rails. That programming, which I was involved with, which was my first time dealing with that, is what I call pictorial programming. You have to use the, it's not called pictorial programming though. It is, you're actually taking all of the angles using, you're writing the program with, it's not ladder logic. It's pictorial programming is what I call it. And you're setting all that up with all your lines and angles and then it converts it into the digital format to be able to run the machine when you download it into the drive. Long story short, yeah, the programming that you're doing now is completely different world.
Well, yeah, I know that robotics takes in, you have to take into account physics and more mathematics.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and yes, and wow, it's been so long since I've written a program. I could not write a program right now. I'd have to do my little refresher course thing to even kind of, not that I couldn't do it, but it's changed a lot since I was writing programs. I just don't see a slot for me in that category, and I'm not the kind of guy that wants to do programming all day long.
And robotics, they work with degrees of movement, right?
Degrees of movement. Wow. Time delays, movement, pressure, switches. You have to set up all types of factors. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds a lot more difficult.
They fine-lined it now. We're actually writing the programs. When you are writing a program, you have a lot more later abilities to do it a lot easier than you did when you actually, it's kind of like starting out with MS-DOS versus what they have now, you know. in the
Rather
early
have a
computer.
code hand, and it helps you compile all your code and stuff, so it's very easy.
Yeah, instead of doing longhand, you can now do it in shorthand, I guess is what I would say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so wow. So I guess we've covered a lot of subjects: politics, immigration, fair playing field on products. Wow. You still there, Ronan? Did Ronan leave?
Yes, I'm listening to you, gentlemen.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. It's very interesting, please.
Who is that talking to me now? I don't. Oh, I see why. I cut off the thing in chat so it wouldn't echo. I can't see who's there. Who are you?
I'm Bob High.
Oh, okay, man. Well, nice to meet you, Bob.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, that would be my advice if you're still interested in that. There's still a big. I mean, not as much.
Eventually, long term, I see myself doing it. I think I still have a long way to even consider any type of robotics or robotics programming.
Yeah, the new Honda manufacturing plant. You know, I've had a lot of experience with ABB robots. Do you know what they are?
ABV?
Yes, ABB robots. That's a manufacturer.
Never heard of it.
Okay. Well, they're one of the top robots. To keep it simple, pick and place robots. They use them to take the part out of die casting machines and such. They tried to hire me at the new Honda manufacturing plant up in Indiana because of my programming experience. They wanted me to just work with the PLCs and the programming at that new plant. They just the new Honda manufacturing plant up there. So there is, you know, there's still a lot of industry for that. In other words, you still have what I consider 10 to 20 years of a good industry in getting into that is what I'm saying. I think it's like everything else they're doing now. You know, they try to make everything disposable where you cut out the middleman, you know. I see things going that way more and more to where, you know, the manufacturer will have it eventually to where, nah, look, now we've got things in this one little box. And if the programming fails, just buy our new box and you don't even need the programmer guy anymore.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
What about programs that program other programs?
I don't know that I'm following what you're saying.
Eventually down the line, you'll have programs created that have infinite possibilities to create.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and the only thing they'll do in the industry is give you tolerance on parameters to set up your parameters for the whatever, you know, industry you're in. And they're already there. So in other words, I could take I'll just use this as an example, a Slick 500 Allen Bradley PLC. I can take that and apply it to any industry I want and set up the program to run my particular product that I want to run, because I can set up those parameters however I want them. But they're fine lining that now, almost cutting out the middle guy in the factory is what I'm saying. They're coming up with the micrologics PLCs now. So, matter of fact, I just changed one of those out last month.
That's right.
But yeah, you're correct. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Program that runs another program, and you don't need the guy in the factory. Is kind of where you're
basically
going.
I was referring to AI. Hello?
I'm here.
Yeah, AI and the singularity.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah. Basically where humans become obsolete.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of talk out there about that, but I'll be honest with you, we're a long way from that. We're a long way from that. There is technology in every industry out there now that used to take 4 people to do the job that 1 robot will do now. But there's still people needed in the factories left and right for different things. So
obviously humans will still be needed for like emotional decisions and stuff.
Well, yeah, you're talking about probably, I mean, in my mind, as far as what I see going on in the, well, with what I'm talking about in the industries and the factories, it's we're a long way away from doing away with the people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say at least 20 to 30 years. Now they've replaced a lot of people, you know, with the robotics that are out there now. Don't get me wrong, but we still got another 20, 30 years at least before you start seeing no production workers on the line, so to speak. And then, you know, in order to replace those people, you've got cost, man. That technology, that new technology that comes out, because they have to tool up. So when the new technology comes out, you're paying big, big money as opposed to 10 years after it comes out, you know. So you've got a cost thing there that has to be infiltrated slowly into society. You know what I'm saying? You can't, in other words, you can go to all these owners and these corporations that own these factories. You can go to them all day long and say, I can replace every factory worker you have. It's going to cost you $63 million, but we can do it. And they're going to say, screw that. I'm only spending $1.6 million a year for keeping my factory workers. You know, so that has to slowly work in, and it's continually slowly working in. But I give it 20 to 30 years.
20 to 30.
And I, you know,
But that's not that long.
No, but then, you know, if we get all of our industries back, that's a never-ending progress, which is good, because while that technology is coming in replacing people, there's other categories of things that are opening up that never existed before for those people to move into also. You know, you're wanting to get into programming. Hell, years ago, everything was hardwired with relays, man. We didn't have PLCs. It was all being done with relays. Now the relays are in a tiny microchip in the PLC.
I'd like to ask.
And
go ahead.
Go ahead, Rona.
I'd like to ask you, both you gentlemen, you're talking about, okay, replacing the human, okay? What industry or manufacturing process would totally eliminate the human?
Wow, that's a good question.
Yes, somebody's got to fix the machine when it wears out. Somebody's got to put new wires.
Yeah,
exactly. That's why I was saying robotics, or robots that can fix other robots and build.
Hey, I can elaborate in this way. As far as the times of now, field technician work are those people. I was a field technician for Wysong before Foreign Interest took over, and they're still running their service department there, but the manufacturing side of it got overrun by Foreign Interest. But
yes,
so your field technician goes around and does that now for different industries. But as far as what you actually asked, what actually replaces it, man, wow, you're talking about so many different
right. So it requires, well, like Bob High just said, well, the robots that fix the robots. Well, who's going to fix the robot that fixes the robot that fixes the robot?
Oh, exactly.
Robot?
Right,
right. You know, there's still attrition involved, and
well, there will be basically a large number of the same robots or other robots that have different tasks that can fix, you know, like you said, the robots that fix the robots. So it's kind of like, you know, there will be enough robots to fix those robots, and if they break down,
if you take that one,
there's so many robots. So there's so many robots. So one glitch in that whole chain can ruin everything downstream.
Correct.
Right?
Well, yeah, I guess you could say the creators of the robots would be the ones who fix.
He just froze.
He just dropped out, didn't he?
What was that?
Hello, Hank Hill.
Hi, Hank.
Yeah. Okay. No. You froze up. So the robot to fix the robots. Okay. Go ahead.
There would be the creators of those robots would be the ones who fix the robots.
That's a lot of robots, and you need
no
mechanics to basically make sure everything is so-called greased up. You know, as robots go, they do operate on grease, electricity, motors, you know, and everything else, hydraulics and stuff like that. Those parts do wear out. So the more robots you got, the more people you're going to need to fix those robots.
Yeah, remember the guy creating the robot is not going to be the guy that goes out into the field and fixes the problem.
Like you said, field techs. Those field techs are going to be critical.
But Richard in the chat was saying, 99%, robot, working in the field or working at, the jobs that humans used to work, you would still have about 99% unemployment at that point.
I disagree with what I have experienced. However, if you think about it and you go, my God, these robots are replacing all these people. What are they going to do for a living? My opinion on that is I'm speaking of now, not 20 years from now and not 50 years from now. I don't know what the future holds, but what I see and have lived is the simple fact of all of the industries leaving, not technology. So my opinion is on the unemployment when you say 99% unemployment, because there's not, man, you're talking about 100 years from now. That's my opinion on that. In other words, if we get our industries back, you're going to see these people go back to work. These people, when you check this out, man, it's 45 to 50% of all of our manufacturing in each and every state in the U.S. has left. 45 to 50%. I think I heard the number from Trump's investigative people, 70,000 manufacturing plants have left and gone to foreign countries. Do you have any idea, if you take 5,000 of those factories, how many people that put out of work? Massive amount. I mean, think about it, all the way from corporate, from the CEO all the way down to the factory worker and the guy who takes out the trash. Dude, I mean, that's why everybody's out of work. But as far as your actual statement of technology and robots taking over and putting people out of work, you're gonna kind of see other things come into play in other industries that are not there now to employ those other people, I think. And we've got people, I don't know who they are, I don't know what their name is, but we've got people analyzing those factors, I'm sure. But I'm not God, man. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. But my feeling of it is we just need to get our manufacturing back that we had here and create an even playing field so the other countries can exist too and be part of that mix. In other words, I feel like they've stolen through corrupt politicians and lobbyists. I feel like they've stolen our companies. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want a level playing field for all people to be able to sell their products and make their products, because you want the other countries to do good too. You just don't want it, the scales tip so bad to where everybody's out of work. But anyway, man, sticking to what you said without getting too stupid about it. I don't see that happening for a long, long time. We just need to get manufacturing back where it once was to get these people back to work.
That's right.
You know, but that's just me in my opinion, man. There's a lot of other things that go into that, but if I had to make a nutshell statement out of it, just get our manufacturing.
We won't know until we see.
Exactly. I don't know what the future holds on how strong the new technologies and robots are implemented, and from research and development, because that's very expensive. I don't know how fast that whole transaction will take place and how many people that will replace. But the more and more that our industries come back and start to revolve again, you'll see these people go back to work. For the most part, I'm going to say that's mostly, because think about it. When all these factories left, man, that's all of, wow, that's from CEOs down, man. So there goes your product. There goes your in-house revenue. There goes all of your employed people. Don't try to shove an energy plan down my throat and make me believe an energy plan is going to put all these people back to work. That's a crock of shit. But you will have energy things coming into play that will put other people into work, plus the manufacturing. So you've got new technologies actually creating new job opportunities, along with technology replacing people also. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, how do you account for attrition? I guess that's a basic question right there.
How do you account for what, running?
Attrition, wear and tear.
Attrition? I've never heard that term. Attrition?
Attrition is like saying wear and tear, on the machinery.
Oh,
I can understand, obviously, look, I can use the Industrial Revolution. Let's use cars, for example.
Oh, yeah.
It put a lot of people out of, off of the manufacturing line, right? Because nowadays you've seen those videos where these robots, right, are just welding here, welding there. Man, they weld it up real quick.
I work on those robots that do that exact job.
Okay. So you got that, and that put a lot of people out of work. X number of welders. Let's say one machine replaces 3 welders, but they use like 10 machines on one car. Okay, fine. The car goes through, and if everything's welded up, really nice, pretty seams and everything, perfect welds. Right after the fact, right? Because they produce that many cars, they need more mechanics to repair those cars.
Absolutely, you got to rebuild the robots.
Right. So basically, the robot took over certain aspects of a job, right, and in the manufacturing aspect. But then after that,
now you need somebody new to rebuild the robot.
Yeah, the maintenance part takes care of attrition. Wear and tear. That's basically what attrition means. Wear and tear on something. Right.
Now, see, that's a funny thing to call, and here's what I mean by that. Are they going to eventually have these robots to where they're going to knock out that middleman that rebuilds the robots also? You see what I'm saying?
That's just it, because rebuilding a robot's easy enough because you have the original plans,
Correct.
Everything's working, right? But then because of the exponential factor of, manufacturing, developing programs like you and Bob High were chatting, which I know nothing about.
Yes.
Right. Instead of saying, well, this will last, 10 years. No, it's going to last 10 months. Because everything is growing so fast. You need more people for that to basically retool everything.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
don't think we'll be able to cut out 99% of the workforce. I was sitting back while I was listening, trying to figure out a percentage based on, history and, the manufacturing processes in cars. I was just going to, in my mind, I was going to
that's an interesting subject. I guess what I'm saying is I don't know how far and how fast technology will make the robot more feasible to replace than to rebuild versus it being worked into the industries. And I guess you could say I've lived that. So I've rebuilt a lot of ABB robots, and I know all of the things involved on that. So sometimes the factory of the robot, for example, from ABB, will come into the factory and work with the maintenance department and rebuild that robot on site to put it back into operation. Now, sometimes, depending upon the industry and how the maintenance departments are run and all of those things, I have seen just the maintenance departments ordering the parts from the manufacturer themselves and tearing the robot down and giving it their best shot. So, yeah, I don't have an answer for how the technology will, in other words, I don't know if the technology will supersede the positions needed for people. I think it's
Come on, buddy. It absolutely will. Just look at the automotive industry.
Well, I'm speaking. I can speak from that as being involved in that. It has not replaced as many people as you would think. In other words, that's been one of the big campaign things this election year, is to get those factory workers at those car manufacturing plants back to work. They're not all programmers, dude. There's a lot of assembly that takes place there. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, in a nutshell, I don't know the answer to his question. I don't know the time span through the next 50 years, how much technology will replace human beings and how many new job slots will be created. I can't answer that. I don't know how. I've watched it happen in my lifetime, and I can tell you there's still a lot of people needed in these factories to this day.
I just saw on the news the other day that robots are being taught how to think.
Oh man, they've got robots now, shotgun, where man, it will, God almighty, man, they can do, it's scary. But now you're talking about things that are really not that high in technology. That's not really implemented into the regular manufacturing world quite as much as you might think.
Well, they already created an exoskeleton for military personnel.
Yeah, now you're talking military. Now I'm talking regular civilian industry manufacturing, which ties into the military in some aspects.
Well, they get the technology first.
If I really told you my background, man, you'd say I was a liar. So I won't get off into that. I'll go this far. For 2.5 years, I also worked on fast attack submarines in Newport News, and I got a top security clearance with the government. So I worked on Pier 6, X-43 machinery installation is what I did. And so I'm saying to you, the Star Wars stuff that you're sitting here talking to me about, that does exist in a very high order manner, but you will not see that in your regular manufacturing industries at this point. It is unaffordable. They cannot afford that technology at this point because they're just coming out with it, and the tooling up, mostly that's federally funded from the federal government for them to do research and development to come out, you know, to continue on with technology and such. That's way out. They'll amaze you with what is going on now. I mean, when you first walk into a plant, you'll go, man, look at those pick and place ABB robots taking that part out of that die casting machine. That is amazing. But that's not what's really behind that picture. What's behind that picture is the technicians that have to keep that running, the labor workers that have to check all the levels of that machine to make it run every shift 24 hours a day, blah, 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 blah. So are you going to get a robot to do all that? Hell no.
But my buddy, from what I see with drones and now what Bob was talking about.
Wow, now that's high tech stuff.
I mean,
there.
Are you telling me that grunts like me are going to be taken out of the equation in the future?
Oh, wow, man, that's tying in the industrial war complex with drones instead of putting men on the ground and that kind of thing. I don't know.
Did Armando get sniped?
No.
I don't know. He might be rebooting his computer. I don't know.
I think he went to sleep earlier, Ronan.
Yeah, I agree. He went snoozing.
What's up, Shotgun? You asked what I was eating, right?
What now? Oh, corn nuts. What the fuck is a corn nut?
It's a roasted corn piece then fried, I guess.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna fix a coffee.
That doesn't sound too bad, though, actually.
Well, actually, let me program this ABB robot to fix me a coffee. I'll be right back.
Nice, buddy. Nice.
Mic check.
I thought they came like that though.
It's like popcorn, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Crunchy ass popcorn stuff.
You're good, Hank Hill.
They got
You're
corn
good.
nuts in New York, surely.
What's up, Unc?
Bob, I gotta ask you. I mean, you're on the road. You went from Albania to Kosovo. How the fuck do you have a wine glass?
I have plenty. They come with the apartment, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't carry around wine glasses.
Yeah. Just ask him. Just ask him.
No, sir.
Who's on Overwatch, man?
What? Overwatch?
Yeah.
What's that?
We have a counter sniper intelligence team.
Who said that?
I did.
Who's part of it?
Uncle, I gotta ask you a question, brother. Uncle, you there?
Yeah.
I have a quick question for you, brother. You were the other day. You were bitching about Adam and Troy. Yet when I went to Hangouts, I saw that you added Troy to the Hangout.
No, I did not add Troy. I added Adam.
All right, well, whatever.
That's right.
That sounds a little duplicitous to me.
Well, I got to talk to Armando himself and said, well, it's your fucking show. I add him every time. If you want him on, I'll fucking throw him on. What can I do? It's your show. And then when you see other people in chat, chanting for Adam, well, fuck it. It's Armando's show. He wants Adam. He can have him.
So
and guess what happened?
So let him add him, not you.
Okay.
If you got convictions.
Fine, I'll let him at him. Makes no difference to me. We're going to get sniped anyway.
Just a question, man. No judgment. That's no judgment. Just a question.
That's right.
Oh, I'm waiting for the question.
No,
so anyone is sniped?
That was my question, brother. I mean, you don't like Troy and you don't like Adam, but yet you added him. So I was just wondering, what the fuck was that all about?
Well, like I said, that was his show. I talked to him directly, and he said, no, you can't be doing that shit. In fact, I even sniped at him before he got on the mic. He's like, what are you doing? I was like, okay, fine. I won't do it again. I just